So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
Yo, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me, nah.
You don't impress me. So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
You don't impress me. So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Yo,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
yo,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me.
Don't test me.
They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah.
So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
You don't impress me. So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me, nah. Don't test me.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Don't test me.
Test.
Yo,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Don't test me.
Test.
Don't test me.
Yeah, let's go. I was born to kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, fourth, with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. Had to put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears, back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Bomber. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy.
Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than the earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They're throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun, I know that you want some. So stop playing games and go run and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broke, had to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, I get a witness. A1 treatment like a mistress, dunking on them, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. One thing about me, I stay fly. One thing about me, I'm down to ride. One thing about me, I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long.
Don't test me.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
Yo,
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
yo, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me, nah.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Yo, wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me. Nah, they wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with the right, but I might go lefty. I made plus with it, so don't test me. Nah.
So don't test me.
So don't test me. Don't test me.
You don't impress me. So don't test me.
So don't test me. Don't test me.
Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me.
Don't test me.
Yeah.
Don't test me. Don't test me. Don't test me.
Don't test me.
Don't test me.
Don't test me.
Here we go. It's PUBG time. I'll make sure my voice done. Well, look, actually, we had the amazing TTO. Thank you very much for obviously jumping in. But we got back the amazing CC, mate. I know you was away last week, mate. How have you been, first and foremost? And sickest t-shirt ever, bro.
Thanks, brother. We're doing well, man. Happy to be back for another GG's event, repping the juice in it, you know, keeping things live. And, you know, man, it's been an interesting week, you know, of PUBG. Like I said, we had some events going on over the course of last week, and now we're switching things back here. I got to catch some OCE action, and then they just always happen to catch, you know, back to switching gears here again, man. So looking to tap in. I wonder who we're going to see, you know, catch out some chicken dinners and some early wins today.
Well, early wins came from last week was for esports. As a reminder, let's have a quick look though. Ignore the be right back screen, but yeah, for esports obviously is top of the pops at the moment. 122 points. STFU had a good start though on the first early weeks, but slipped a little bit. And Formulation Gaming and Clan kind of chasing their heels, but there is a big gap between kind of third and fourth, and this kind of first and second. And I think a lot of it really came down to Foot's performance. Generally speaking, huge amounts of kills from them, especially in last week, really resulted in some big wins. Big question though for me, well, it's always going to be the can they actually do the damage again? Can we see them improve? Can we see them? So leaderboard didn't quite come up. I'll bring it up in a second. Can we see them improve and extend? But it is a longer league. We've got a period of time where we've got all through this month and into next month. We've got Wednesday evening. You'll be joining us here on GGL, and you're going to see some big points be put on the board. So it comes down to consistency. Footy Sports obviously losing Beamy. They've got to play with X amount of regional players as well, so there's a slight mix up there. They're looking good compared to what they've done previously, but the big question is,
let me back up off that real quick, Mark. Coming off of Beamy really quick. I watched this, so again, you know, I'm an NA guy, so I said NA.
I'll tell you what. Let's have this conversation. Let's get straight in. Let's get straight into game. Let's chat in game. Right, as I really interrupted CC, we had to get ourselves in towards the game. And hey, fight path for this one. It's going to be Wrangles from the north, east down towards the southwest. And let's chat again about Beamy X for esports. And if you don't know, he obviously parted ways on mutual agreement just last month now. It feels like it's been a while ago, but it's only just been last month. So yeah, quite a new change for this team.
Very much so, like I said, and again, just kind of an interesting thing. Again, being an NA guy, we watched Beamy perform with Sonics. Tig had a day out, and we just got to see a little bit of Beamy mixed in with some Sonic action, and it was quite the performance to say the least. And if you're looking for anything of entertainment, that was a scrim. I want to say it was on Cammy's channel, so that we got to watch, and it was a very good, just kind of testament to see kind of where again his skill level. Beamy himself just brings a lot of talent to that roster. So again, just FUT Esports, again, it's kind of still found themselves, a little way in, but I really wanted to see them perform with Beamy. So just to see them at that loss, and to kind of see him scouting around was just kind of one of those things, Mark, that I was like really taken back by. But this is 2024 PUBG of kind of what we're getting.
It is. It's going to be a bit of a mix-up, and talk about a mix-up already. Well, we've already got 2024, and that's BFG. They've lost one on DC. Well, assuming it's going to go down now first, but then lost number 2. Cannon already here, taking some action, but they've got down bodies. The literal ace goes through the window. No vest, no lid, but hey, Tico says, keep on pushing. Oh, he goes down. Oh,
well, he's
no.
Unfortunately is going to get knocked. Yeah, we got to disconnect. I was going to say he doesn't even unfortunately know that the last player is just, yeah, he's taking a break.
He's safe. He's safe, though.
ERB screen.
He's safe.
He's there.
He's good, mate. He's
Placement points.
close as well, So I wonder if they've seen the shoot, because he isn't that far away. Oh, actually, that's the second one. Is this a remake, potentially? I think it might be. It looks like it's going to be a remake. Let's come back to cast. Normally the telltale sign when people start knocking each other down is actually because we've got a remake. Yeah, it looks like it is the case. So obviously, as a caster, they forget to tell us.
We get excited. We see early knocks. We see early fights. We thought we had some hot drops going on there,
Did you know what?
Talking about Beamy,
though. This region's like it though, CC mate. They're aggressive even off the stance. And oh look, it didn't shock me. They instantly started fighting. I'm not gonna lie. That's normal for this region.
And that's why, yeah. So it was expected.
Yeah, 100%.
But unfortunately, we didn't get exactly what we were looking for there. So it looks like just a little bit of a reset. Going on here for start of the day. I mean, hey, let's get it out. Let's get it done. Let's get it done while it's still early, and then we'll get back into the action.
I will caveat though, for safety reasons and for quality and insurance for the stream, we have had some issues with PUBG recently with disconnects and things like that. It's actually causing system crashes. They are working on it. Just to let you guys know, I've seen some updates in the partner board. The NVIDIA drivers, they've been causing some issues. There was a latest update driver, touch wood, that seems to be okay, but it has a bit statically. Just keep your feedback. If you keep having issues, the PUBG devs are listening to it and they're trying to fix it as quick as they can. Looks like we must have had a number for things like reconnects. A series of players or X amount of players, depending on the tournament you're doing, will disconnect between the early start of the game. If that's the case, and obviously a remake. The big telltale sign though is what we look for is when you start seeing the teams knocking each other, knocking players. It's the one and only chance that they can actually turn to their mate and just put them down pretty quickly. But a little bit of a warm up. We'll get this lobby loaded back in. Let's actually, I'll tell you what, let's have a look at that leaderboard before. Let me bring this one over this time. There you go. So, look at the leaderboard though. As I said briefly, as we got to see it before the action kicked off. Look, FUT Esports though, CC are huge. They're up there. It's 122. And I think the big question is, they're down a body. Obviously, they're playing the region, so they're subject to playing with people within the region, not just anyone, right? This is a longer event. The consistency's always been some of the problems for some of these teams. It's normally formulation gaming up there, so they are going to be a little bit sore. And they're going to be trying to chase down this lead. The question is, though, is that too far of a gap? Because STFU led week numbers 1. And obviously, now we're going to sort of the week 2, week 3 situation. Now they've got to claw their way back up and close this gap down from FUT Esports and make an early win.
Yeah, I mean, and the way that they're kind of running it out right now, Mark, I mean, it seems like I said, they definitely led the charge. I mean, I remember in week number 1, they were still sitting at the top of those charts. So, I mean, consistency for FUT has definitely been there. I'll have to highlight that 81 kills out of everything here with, less and less placement points. That's only 40-something room for placement points. So not a whole lot of chicken dinners for FUT. But nonetheless, I mean, there's still matching, half the kills, half the placements. And that's going to put you up there. You see most of the other teams on that, 5th through 10 that are sitting, around about that 20. And once you start to hit 30, it really starts to see again. You need to be consistent with the placement points, and the kills are going to get you something. But without placement to match, it really isn't doing much. And within these teams, to say the least, a lot of them have kept this pretty consistent. I mean, as far as placement to kills, you normally see some teams who have a lot of kills, low placement. And we're really seeing a very, I think, matched energy here for majority of these teams, except for teams like SU who are on 10 placement points, but do have 36 kills.
Yep, his placement point and his consistency. Well, we can consistently get ourselves. Here we go. Let's bring us back. We get ourselves back into that lobby though, as we will go for a remake on game number 1. It is best of 6 each week, so we'll be starting this week though with a wrangle. But you'll notice we do swap around. So last week we started with Miramar. It's going to be a wrangle today. Obviously we'll close things off. Let's get back into it. Let's throw the intro video. It's game number 1. It's a Good Game Ligaen, and it's week number 3 or 4. I'll see you guys in a second. Here we go. It's game number 1.5. As we get the flight path, though, it does say this one's 10 times worse. We are coming in from a southeast up towards a west, maybe pushing a little bit more towards northwest. It does phase down in that sort of bottom segment now, as we are in, I suppose, the area of potentially teasing us with a military base or military style playing path. For those that don't know, and for those that are new to PUBG and PUBG esports, what basically happens is you need to have what you do. Actually, I lie, it did change for a period of time, but the plane and the first zone are tied together. So now the plane's been done and dusted. What's going to happen? The first zone is going to pop up 1 minute 30, give or take. Actually, it's 1 minute 30, give or take. But the first zone has to touch that line somewhere. So it can go all the way through it. It could slip out a little bit. So it could see it maybe where Foot is, where Ainty is, and maybe go all the way up towards Pachinki and around that area. That's all good, but it has to go through it. So you look at this and go, actually, maybe it's going to stand the chance that it might be in that military area zone. Welcome back, CC.
Definitely wouldn't be a bad start for the military zone here. Would be a good, interesting start. SU needs this placement point, so again, would definitely fair for them. They do have a little bit of a hot drop with BFG going on, who we unfortunately thought we had a fight with, but as we realized, we did not get that fight. So this time we actually may get to see the real fight break out with BFG. And again, SU needs to get these consistent points. Again, it's the start of the day. Any of these teams, like I said, again, with being that they've got over 30 points, 30 kills, could definitely find themselves, a good 10 to 15 kill game here to kind of start the day off here. But zone has popped, and unfortunately, it is not military.
No, it's not military. Arguably, it's going to be a lot better for the team. Took a foot esports though. They went for a 2-2 split. That kind of tells me they weren't unsure. It could go military. If it goes military, at least put some people on the other side of the bridge. Slava, they've not had the best days really, especially last week. They need to ensure a little bit more of a consistent approach towards the later part in this section of the tournament, because if they have another bad day today, you might be writing your spot off. And for those that don't know, obviously this is a league. What you're waiting for is the prize and the ability to sort of level yourself up. Now, this is the top division, so for those that are low pack at the table, well, they're going to have to play for playoffs, and that's what you don't want to be putting yourself in for. You want to ensure you get a good amount of kills. If you're not going to be able to catch up foot those CC, you don't want to be in relegation area. You don't want to be in that sort of cut-off line where you've got to fight for your spot again for next season in Division 1.
Man, like I said, yeah, that relegation spot, like I said, you hate to be on the cusp and sitting there trying to wait and watch these teams. And, you know, again, being that it's that last day, you know, you want to be ahead. You want to be, you know, in the comfort zone. You want to be watching these teams, knowing you've done enough to get yourself complacent and more or less scouting some information, grabbing what you can as far as intel goes to make this competition that much easier. Right now, with all the team switches, with all the drop spot, you know, kind of changes that are kind of going on, I think there's a lot of opportunity for new teams as well as old teams to kind of solidify, pick up some rotation kills, and just grab a lot of important information start of the year to kind of facilitate what the rest of the year could potentially be for them.
It's the start of the year. Well, start of the year for some, as they have made their way towards globals, but unfortunately for some, they haven't. Which means now they are going to be waiting out now for the PGS 3 and 4 to happen. They got the horses, but not all of them. I say they're behind the enemy wives. One of the horses though here, this guy, I love horses, does loads for the community, guys. Does he's got a custom website. He does all the fantasy stuff where Twile wasn't doing the fantasy. So again, huge shout out for I Love Horses. I love your website, mate. It's super cracked, and I love that you do fantasy, even though sometimes you don't get it with Twile.gg.
Hey, you gotta love it, man. We've got to put that work in behind the scenes. And not only behind the scenes, behind the enemy wives, that's what keeps him focused. But driving right into foot, he's going to take that one. Faye's going to come through with a little bit of a cleanup. And then, unfortunately, with all the love, will be the first eliminated here in our first match.
I think he'd be disappointed Duffy didn't maybe spot that car. And I also think they'd be disappointed that they didn't put everyone else on the back of the plane, because on the back of the chopper, they've only got one person scouting. Maybe they thought there was going to be no one else there. They're going to continue to work their way in. Slava, in this case, might be going for the boat, but if you can see from that map, though, behind the enemy wives, they are also opting to come this way. There's teams in Novo. What they won't know is one of these teams maybe have already moved down to pick up some public transport. They've got to be cautious as they come rolling in. They're only a 2. There's 4 eager players maybe to get some points on the board, and here they come. It's going to be very, very unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can dodge dive. Initial shots come through. Seat swap comes over the top. Takes a huge amount, and he's lost all momentum in the car. He goes down, unfortunately. Duffy's is airborne. And, well, lucky enough, didn't lose momentum. And there's another one down behind enemy wires. Well, they're going to be behind game number 1 at the moment. Down to 2 players. They've got to survive something out.
And Sandro with the freaking balls of steel there comes through. I did not expect the seat swap. I did not. I was expecting the dodge, the dive, weave. But no, they went for the seat swap, trying something for nothing there. And yeah, then will unfortunately cost them their life. Not on 2 players. It's actually the 3rd player going to get caught out as well. Don Quixote Del Fe, after landing, taking himself an aerial sabbatical, will unfortunately now be in the dirt.
It's not working out for them. Unfortunately, Mad Marine's here all the action now. Go for a turn. 180 back the other way. I'll take the car. Thank you very much. Lots of opportunity here for some of these teams and players, as style of zone will give us a few potentials. You know me, I always lean towards the Everest, that northeast corner. The zone might try and play out. We've had a few, though, recently in the swamp area. Very dangerous, very muddy, very downright and dirty if you do get stuck in this fight. So I think some teams might also be looking maybe centre to centre-west.
And then where's the last time we've seen a Primorsk or a Query zone? Like, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about classic PUBG OG days where you'd see the Quarry fight inside the fields, and now we're not really getting too much of that. Like I said, Everest is very a fan favorite. George Pool that finished towards the north side. We have seen the swamp activity, but I'm gonna pull for some Quarry action here and see if we can maybe get a little Quarry going on here.
Well, you say OG PUBG, and you shall be blessed. Got it coming. What's it, 2 weeks? Classic PUBG back. Get in my basket. Can't wait for that one. When you get the weapons before you get on the plane. Oh, love it. It's going to bring back so many memories. I'm actually a bit worried. See, I don't know if you've ever, you remember games we played as a kid, right? You ever gone back to play one of those games, and as much as you love it and you had some really good memories, you also didn't realise actually how bad the game was. So I'm hoping it doesn't ruin that for me. The 5.56 weapon, which Viper's picked up. What has she picked up? looks like a Famis actually on the back. So hopefully it doesn't ruin it, because we obviously Erangel has moved on slightly, has been cleaned up massively. So I'm looking forward to it.
The cleanups made, like I said, I think if you keep majority of what's already been done and you go back to just the basic context of flipping the map, you're gonna be okay here. Speaking of be okay, I don't know how much Brul's gonna be okay here. He's got 4 members collapsing upon his position. He's the only member that's inside. The rest is on the hill trying to provide that coverage, but the only person who's now infiltrated the compound here should be able to take Slowstorm by surprise, but if he's not careful, he's going to have to take the fight first. Finds up the first, is going to spot out Mekis. Mekis will fall. Nade in hand, looking to get this flush. It's up, it's over. A little bit shy, bouncing off the fridge there, so won't quite get the flush just yet, but for now has opened the door for all against us to start to come down that hill.
Yeah. Get spotted coming in, so AAU on the back burner now with the knock. The rest of the team fully sending in. They were 50-50, should we say, before the initial push. Now we get a few shots coming in. They won't be aware of who it is just yet. Footy Sports on that southern hill. Now looking down. The rest of Slow, well, they do slow things down. They opt to now try and get this res, and the res they do. Back to 4. Something about this compound, you get the capabilities to get away with things like that. They've got to go full defense mode now. The teams are moving in.
TJ looks like he's got the reset. Jan coming in, trying to catch them by surprise as well. The focus is still on Brule. The rest of the team has made their way around Smokewall, trying to potentially push them more forward. But for now, opening the door, Jan is going to spot out Tajukin with a little bit of support from the side. Eggs out one, gets the trade. Actually not able to find it, but from the window, the trade comes through. It's now 2 down for all against us here. Not able to react fast enough there. Brule trying to come through, but Jan now confirmed. Basically turning the tides here. Back to Slowstorm. Slowstorm has 3 down. The final member left up. Trying to come down still from the top of the hill. Do you go for the reses or how do you play it? But in comes Fut. You better make a decision quick.
Yeah, decision quick. Well, it's a quick decision for them. There goes one team. They've capitalised number 1. The shots go back forward, though. Ainsley's there. Otto's on the wrap. He's trying to get anything he can. Intel doesn't quite get it. Nice little push here from the duo. T-Bone, he's out far on the west. Nade comes through, gets some splash damage, but that's about it. Great shots, though, coming from Ainsley. Down to a 1-shot now. Another nade will go through. Doesn't quite get the connection through he needed. The final player now for AAU is in Shatters. They might now really second-guess this push they made.
6 HP, a cracked vest. AK sprays with the 2 times, but Ainsley's there with the AUG. He's going to find the final member of all against us who looked clean in the fight, but Fut, nice read, is going to take control of the compound, taking down both teams in that fight. Now down to 14 teams, the zone popping, and we have a little bit more interest of where we're going for this next zone, Mark.
Yeah, clean pop as well. It's gone straight. Hold on to the water. It's not really teasing too much. It does hold on to Everest a little bit, but not enough for teams to kind of like maybe position themselves here. So we are seeing STFU. They're having to now move past UM as our mix is just there, making sure Xerox does park his car nicely in towards the zone. But it's going to be quite difficult for some of these teams if they try and take a punch later on towards zone. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a few push their way now into chopsticks and hunker down for a late game out in the fields.
Speaking of end games here, if we get to end game here, Mark, I don't know, old school, we casted one so long ago. We had a compound here, and I was reviewing some of my VODs. We had a crash here. We had 6 or 7 teams crash this one compound here.
Yeah, that was really good. The other one is the McDonald's compound.
Madness.
Mad. I love it when that happens. It's just a full send. Well, our gangsters, when they move their way in, I think get rid of the white background, guys, so hopefully that's okay. I think the gangsters will pull up, and just outside of chopsticks, that's going to really deny anyone's opportunity to crash in. STFU see them move now, they backfill. 2-2 split, though, from UM. Good play from them. Our unwanted. Now, don't forget, guys, we've got the unwanted POV, !CC in chat, the command center. We do have POV. We were going to have 2, but unfortunately, they couldn't get one of the streams live. So we've got unwanted and we've got the map stream. So if you want to get into the map stream, get yourself onto that command center, !CC, and get the map and the stream up at exactly the same time, all in one window. And I guess I do need to make sure you guys have got Twitch and YouTube chat. I will work on that, guys.
He's also got to make sure that CC pops you guys a link to my chat, too. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, mate, 100%. We just put that command in.
I'm totally kidding. Command center CC, you know, I mean, we're just all repping
You are my command center, mate. You're the one that keeps me together. CC
Hey man,
Cast,
I'm just the
command
one
center.
that motivated you back then. You are the one that does this whole show, mate.
No, it's a team of people. I just show up and push some cameras around, and half the time I miss the action like I've just did there. So apologies. Mad Marine's taking a desperate attempt to go in. Jazz is out. Car no more. The rest of them, though, they're in a good position. I kind of like this area. I think it is great, especially if the zone pops towards this field. They're going to have such high ground control over here, but we'll have to wait and see. Zone is about to hit. The rest of the teams are in, and as you mentioned before, 14 teams, 52 players. Still a lot to play for. It is early, and it is game number 1.
It's a zone ready to shift. STFU still back into the vehicles. The final solo player left here of behind enemy wives, trying to find some place to call home. They're still outside the zone. The zone does shift. It's going to pull it again a little bit more central, coming down, favoring the west end of that zone. Keeping quite a few teams in, but making STFU's rotation that much harder.
Yeah, it is kind of that telltale. We lost so much Everest, it was going to push back towards those Gatka fields, as I mentioned. Mad Marines, I know they're going to be disappointed they've lost a body. They should have really looked at the zone and go, do you know what, we don't need to push just yet. Keep an eye on the compound, see if it gets filled. But actually, arguably they should have stayed where they were. Some of the other teams, well, they need to get a shift in. But Breeze leading the way here from STFU as they go really, really far around from a northeast down towards a southeast position, as they'll be looking now to try and scout their way in using the top of the South Pachinki Hill to figure out where these teams are hunkering down.
Right now, my biggest play is if I'm trying to play somewhere, I would like right where Fut's at. Fut's got a comfortable compound here, the center zone after the big crash, big takeover there at the start here. You can see exactly why they're positioning and why their plays are putting them in first. And speaking of plays, it looks like right now STFU is still on the rotate here. Past quite a few teams, and they're scouting it out. They're doing a great job trying to find information with as far as of distance that they've had to come. It's really looking good so far. I don't want to count them out too early, but doing the best they can to scout to make sure that wherever they find in is going to be worth that journey.
Yeah, let's see if it is worth that journey. There's that scout you're talking about. Seat swap over, so car will slowly slow down. Does now pick up Slava, so information gathered. Now both these guys are cruising. And Banku and Xerox, well, they're nearly there, but unfortunately for him, will cause the damage and actually puts one of them down. Xerox, he's reservoir here. Banku does get that car position, but if he does do it, it means he's going to lose that car. It's a couple of tabs up, needs to hunker down a little bit. Actually, I think Hype's now picked him up. He has got him. Great shots though from Hype PP. And Benku unable to go turn around and get that res. You got to question it though, CC. If he did go for the res, you lose the car. Well, not really going to be able to get out from this area, are you?
No, I mean, that was tough. And like I said, they had the focus, I think, on to the right team there, but unwanted. I love the way that they've played this hill right here. They've got all the information being sent literally in just the amount of shots making it that much more difficult for STFU. Had their attention been focused on, moving into the zone, definitely would have allowed STFU to find themselves a way in here. But that being said, they put the attention onto them while they were trying to buy their way into SU here, and it looks like now they're just going to have to just full send into SU, realizing that's the only position that's viable, being that unwanted was just peppering shots from the distance there.
Yep. Now, these tires now. I'm surprised that they're not taking that car out. That car was about to go, and Benku would have been forced to make a move. He's been able to kind of reset, get the med on, and off he goes now. Gotta be cautious though, because he goes straight into the heart path. He does turn, gets Elf and myself down to a 2, but gets tabbed, doesn't know who he's fighting. Elf literally heady that nades. He's gonna go. Great confirm from Elf and myself. Now they can refocus their attention back. The zone does pop. Rez needs to get moving in, and they've got teams in front of him to go through. It's the blue, the space forward. He gets the knock. He's still trying to go forward, but he has to lay down. I think he's gonna go. He's not gonna have time to get his med on. It's gonna be a little bit too late though. And Pera, he's been saved. He's been saved. Oh, so close, nearly there.
Seconds away from getting them first aid off and allowing RES a secondary chance in. STFU does somehow survive on a whim. Mybri is still kicking and making sure that STFU has the potential to survive. Using the car for some coverage. Again, they had that difficult rotation. Took a lot hot and spicy. Was able to get some damage done, but that's about all that's going to come through from this. So for now, it's a matter of how do they play into the next zone. Still not done with rotations quite yet. Fut favoring the fate of that zone right there will be on the south end. Should be able to kind of gatekeep and watch some of these teams rotate their way and pick up themselves a few more kills here in the near future.
Oh, whoa! Huge!
Panzer.
P90! P90 backed up with a Panzer. Jeez, mate. There goes one, there goes two. UM on the aggressive as they get tucked in like it's Christmas Eve.
Oh, man, UM. Yeah, mix maybe need to happen one more time after that. You guys might want to just mix up the strategy a little bit because, man, they were ready for that left, right, and center. That could not have been done any cleaner and any quicker, I think, in that situation. P90 Panzer combo.
Terrible. This is the end of the wives. They've gone. 12th place for them. Done well, but can't get any more placement points off. Look, was it the right move? I think so, 100%. Is it unfortunate that you've got a P90 in front of you? 1,000%. And following up with a Panzer is just difficult. Don't think they had many more choices. If they wanted to go aggressive, that was the play. Take the compound away from the team where they're facing the other way. It just didn't work out this time.
I mean, that is I'm going to say like a 60, 100 chance. I don't know, maybe like a 40, 100. Oh, that's unlucky there. The last Marine inside is going to go down as well. But that is not something that it's a common occurrence where you're going to stop at a compound and you meet two disasters like that. So, yeah, again, best of the both worlds. What else could you have done? Best play they've made, and unfortunately just cost them. Now, again, in another unfortunate situation, how do you play it? Your vehicle's destroyed. The smokes are coming up. Shots are all over. And it looks like for now, GH is going to have to play for position until these smokes start to die out.
I really like Foot's position here. What about placement in the area? I think the zone's going to pop into that field, as we mentioned it quite early on, right? But Foot got control. Tense actually goes out, picks himself up a drop. But there's not much more they can play from here, but they don't need to move too aggressive. Sit back, deal with the teams around you, play the edge of blue now, and may even get some kills. There's going to be loads of teams that need to send themselves in open train. So we'll have to wait. This is going to be a bit of a chaotic phase 5 to phase 6, I feel, as a lot of teams find themselves without a home.
Yeah, and this is a very open Erangel finish here. Talk about OG Erangel. This is exactly what it is right here. Open Erangel finishes the fields, and you're basically using the coverage of the terrain to find yourself a way in. Speaking of that, Unwanted using utilities to just delete Spectro here inside. The blue zone will not confirm the final player up top, but SU trying to find themselves some placement. And again, the kills are on the board, already 5. And again, this is just where they start to struggle. They're right here at the edge of the placement. They're getting placement. Or on the vice versa, they're getting kills and they're not getting placement. We're gonna have to see how it ends up. But BitFix Gamers on a full send through the smoke, crashing on the GA here. Been holding this zone up and over. The nade goes, but the third party comes through from BFG. The nade finally finding Tico, but BFG should be able to reset with enough smokes.
I know, this is the problem for esports. They're playing it late, they're playing it passive, and they're playing a full control game. BFG, should they have maybe pushed Foot? Should they have maybe pushed Clan first? They went full send all the way around. They might find themselves, especially 1 minute 30 left on the clock, with some teams looking into their position. It's going to be difficult. They can hold it, but they need to get some guns up, and especially why Slava's still alive. Unwanted have unwanted options that they want to try and deal with, as they know they can't push up there just yet. They're going to try and focus on getting some kills and steals, though, out in the middle of this field.
As soon as that kill does go through onto SU, they can focus right there back onto BFG, so they need to just get themselves positioned. BFG is going to have limited smokes, huge nade if it finds, but it does not make its way all the way there, so unfortunately will not get the knock. As I say that, actually Deviant throws another one. AC's going to get knocked from the side here, so it does get the knock. I didn't think it was going to make its way far enough, but enough bounce. Huge nade comes through. And now it's Foot trying to recover here on the hillside. Deviant has been taken care of, so this should give Foot the chance to get this res.
Yeah, Deviant done his sort of job. They get caught, and that's actually put a little bit of a spanner in the works here from Foot. They have to get the res on. They do. And now with that opportunity, BFG have reset here. Clan now moving their way in. They're going to start hammering, and the tables have turned slightly. BFG and Clan now refocusing their way in. And for esports and the blue zones right on them, there's a confirmed denial of information. They're going to have to get in these cards. Here comes the send potentially, as they are sort of tinkering just on the edge of zone. They either need to move the cards forward or go fully in.
Some tires get popped in there, making it that much more difficult for the team to rotate in. And seconds are getting numbered. Phase 6 has popped, and this is all they have to work with. BFG, the 2 players, still surviving in tens. In tens to make it happen here with a big opening knock from that A-dub right there. BFG suffering. AC's already on the full send inside the smoke. His vehicle's lost it, but the res has came through, so 2 BFG members. Vehicle flips, barely misses R2 and Tickle behind the vehicle, up and over. As I said, that Intense finds one, AC to find the other. A nice cleanup, a nice pull up from Fut. And again, like Mark said, they did it a little bit too early, allowing Fut this chance, but that's not over. Nades coming in, and in comes Clan.
Whoa, great Kobe! Grotto unfortunately goes down, and Clannon, well, they're going to clear this one up. They're going to continue to work their way in. As I said before, it's open trade. Disappointing Footy Sports can get much more, but no one's got a home out in the field of Erangel. They're going to have to try and fight it out. The Gangsters now taking on Formulation Gaming. Clan going aggressive in behind. They drive through, pick up 2 as Trico says goodbye to final player for them. Well, Willie, he's going to have to lay low. The smoke's dissipating. And maybe another drive-by, maybe another car, but this time he gets some shots off onto him, but he goes down. Clannon's there to hold the day. 6th place for the Gangsters.
Now Clan starting to take control here of the zone. If they can just keep their vehicles alive and get themselves in. FMG's taking some losses. Aces here are trying to come through. Viper's got a good angle here on the Superior. Nice knock to come through. I don't even know if she's getting credit for it, but just lands some nice shots to assist her teammate there. You can waste the chance to come down here off the hillside. FMG, 2 down, 2 up. Trying to recover, trying to reset with the smokes in play. This is Clan's opportunity to start control the zone. As they are in the vehicles, here comes the full send. Nades are there. Michael on fire to find one. A few more should come through here momentarily.
Pristo, these 2 last week were dangerous. That's a great molly right on top of the player. Pinpoint accuracy. And he's putting Formulation Gaming, unfortunately, down to a 2 at the moment. Here comes the initial push, though, still coming from the guys. Store the pressure from Waste. They had a victory stolen away from them. And actually, it was the duo between Viperist and Michael that really went down. I did try to get Michael to do POV and just give me a little nudge. Come on, Michael. Come on, everyone needs to see your comms and command. I'd love to know what they're saying now with this toddler push.
Michael is an absolutely cracked player. Every time you see this guy, you know he's going to do something big. And here's the opportunity. Through the smoke, he's going to start to fire. No more utilities inside the bag. He's already done enough, but somehow all the smokes are allowing FMG to stick these reses. They've lost 1 fully, but down to 3. The res should come through. Clan as well has moved their way in. They've lost 1 upon the rotation, but they're at the edge of the zone before phase 6 gets into our next zone. They have found their way in, and then as Mark tunes in onto Unwanted, they've been just kind of leaning in from the side after taking that fight from SU. They're now just overwatching the entire fight here, waiting for these to commence. Where does the zone go?
Unwanted, full control. Get rid of these cars, deal the damage. There goes 1. That's going to be explosive as it go up and over. Clear that cover. Does go. Formulation Gaming, unfortunately, 1 last car goes. Second one's now going to go. Maybe it will bounce back the same way. Might get an opportunity. Might squish him, but no, doesn't quite get there. Now he's going to run to that smoke and now get a res. And there is a sea of black smoke now coming from the fields.
And let's hope it does not progress to the fields here. Otherwise, we could see a whole different battlefield. Thankfully, PUBG's nice enough to not allow the fields to catch fire. Otherwise, we could see a whole different battleground here for some PUBG. There is just fire, flames, and it is burning everywhere here. But Clan in a world of pain right now. Michael spots him out here, tapping the heads here from the distance here. A few more bullets could easily take them down, but this is allowing Clan to sneakily make their way here behind the waist.
Yeah, sneaky. That tree's really keeping him, and Unwanted is uncontended at the moment. Viper has gone up. Michael has moved down. I think they're trying to look for that later game. As Unwanted again. Well, they're going to... No pressure. No one really challenging him. They've got the hard cover. Don't have the zone. There's another one down for zone. Michael plays peekaboo with Formulation Gaming again. They see the knocks coming through the field, but it's not going to be enough. Clan unfortunately down to their final player, and the players are close to treat go, but not just there. He has a nade. It's a 50-50 chance. What car would you throw it at? He's waiting. He's watching. And it looks like he's waiting for Viperous to make the move. He's kind of thinking, where the hell? That's a giveaway. Go and get that nade out. There, sees him. Now nade. Nade. Here we go. Cooks, ready, primed, send it. There it goes. Kobe, it should land in between them. Oh, one of them made of steel as the nades come in, but he's going to clear it out with that MK.
Man, talk about a body block from a player right there. Taking majority of the damage unfortunately still doesn't allow him too much more time to survive right there. Waste down to the final player. Viper's trying to stick this red. She gets there in time, but a lot of damage has been taken here. So Michael will get re-knocked here. And then, yep, there is Clan Trico to do the rest of the damage here. One solo player left alive here for the victory of Unwanted. Looking to be good. It's a 7-kill to a 6-kill Treek, and 5 of these kills for Treek. Had there been maybe one less Unwanted player, I might be inclined to give this to Treek here.
He's got the ankle. Like, as long as what they're trying to do at the moment, they're trying to split him. If they can get a nade close enough to him, that will get rid of this cover. Oh, it does have the formulation cover a little bit further down. Trying to use the angles on the other side. It's a good play. Using their smoke against him. Good shots. The MK hits hard and it hits firm. God goes down. It's now a 2-on-1 and they're in the pipe. They're right in front of him. He's going to just edge this one now. He's picking up the smokes. He knows where one of the players. He knows where the other one. And he's got a bit of hard cover in the hay bale in front. So now we're going to see the move. Great play. Trico, I think he's in a really good position maybe. He just needs one more knock.
This could go any direction, and right now with the MK14, it looks like the power is in the position. And if he can just hold tight here, just find the next knock here, this could be a 1v1 situation from 3 down to 2. We're now looking to see if he can find this next knock. Smoke should be depleting very, very shortly here. He's waiting. Getting a little bit of peekaboo, using the coverage he's got. The res still not viable just yet, so he's going to confirm that just to make sure that that one's not on the board. Now we can focus his attention back to the front here.
13 left. He's got one more clip, so he knows where they are. It's now 2-on-1. This is good discipline control. If they go for another zone, they've got the win their side. The percentage will go in their favour. Oh, the spray with the scar puts it to a 1v1, and they give him a smoke as well. The opportunity that he can move in off of this is going to be huge. He's got no other smokes. He's got no other cover. He's got to go aggressive.
He's got 12 bullets. He's got a dream. He does have the scar still to work with, but 12 bullets in that MK, 2 taps to the head could easily take him down here. And from 3 to 2, from 2 to 1, it is now the 1v1 that we've been wanted and wanted to avoid.
Whoa, that's big. That's big. He's made it. He's in zone. He's in zone now.
He's got it.
Oh, I don't know. 8 shots. He needs the MK to hit, right? He can't be churning more bullets. I'm going to go for that confirm. That's a good shout. He's going to deny information. He's got 5 more shots to maybe make it unwanted. Been disciplined so far. And I think if you're unwanted, coach, if you're the team, you've got the comms in the ear, if you're Harrow, you're just going to say, hey, mate, chill. You're near the dot. He's got to come to you. He's got to pick the next opportunity. You just need to catch him out in the open. So stay disciplined. Don't play peekaboo, especially if you haven't got a lid as well.
Yeah, you got to watch this. It's a very difficult 1 tap from an MK. I was saying 2, but 1 tap with no helm could easily take him down here. So Unwanted will just have to play 4 position. We'll have to play on that dot, like Mark said. Trick steps out. He tries to bait him a little bit. Remember, 2 bullets only left for that MK, but steps out one more time. Rowe trying to punish. He's going to have to switch, but maybe he's bought him enough time to get to the next cover. He has made it, but it's not even better.
What game number 1 we've had? Or 1.5. Let's say 1.5. He's got no vest now. He's got no MK. He's got a sky. He's got a 3x. We saw how powerful that is. He's moved to the car. You know, that's what I said. Moved across, using the car now as cover. But so can Trico. He can use the car to his advantage. Half an argument say maybe just spray the car. The car's about to go. If that goes, that could cause some problems. No, he's going to make the play forward. He's going to get underneath this util. He's gone for the flash. There comes 1. There comes 2. It's not going to be enough to put him down. A little bit of spray goes out the other side. But they are still taking a 1 versus 1. At some point, he's got to reload. He jumps across, but no, unwanted claim at the time. They wanted to get him in the unwanted zone. They've done it. It's 8 kills. It's an 18-point game. And what an ending there, CC.
That was spicy right there, man. Treek, like I said, had you gotten it down, had there been 2 players, you fed it. You got it down to 2. You got it down to the solo. Had you had more bullets in the MK, I think was a real decision right there and the real mood factor right there. But a beautiful job right there. Take a 3v1, get 2 of those kills up in the end game. And yeah, Mark, what a fantastic game number 1 to start us off here.
That's mad. That was mad. That was outright mad. Outright stolen. The zone does favour. But that's why I love the POVs. You have the unwanted POVs. So if you haven't already, !CC, the command chat. You could have been listening to the team's comms. And I guarantee if he was listening to unwanted at that time, it would have been about staying calm. Stay cool. Stay collective. You've got the cover. He's got to come to you. PUBG has presented you with the opportunity to put game number 1 on your belt, and bloody hell, they did it. Let's take a quick break. These teams are quick. That was like a phase 6, and we're down to a top 4. So really hyper, really aggressive. Means they want to get back into lobby as quick as they can. When we come back, though, be match number 2, and it's going to be another wrangle. I'll see you guys in a second.
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Got diamonds dancing on my neck. That is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit. Who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than an earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They're throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games and go run and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broke, had to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, I get a witness. A1 treatment like a mistress, dunking on him, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. One thing about me, I stay fly. One thing about me, I'm down to ride. One thing about me, I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long.
Let's go! Game number 2. Flight path from the northeast down towards the southwest. Maybe more south, CC, let's be honest. But it's match number 2, best of 6. Can it get more intense than it did game number 1? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. The players are starting to leave the plane as they will fall their way in towards Arangle's luscious green grass. Could we get a military this time? Maybe.
Hey, it's another chance. It's another opportunity. And I'll tell you one thing. We didn't get a swamp. We didn't get a quarry. We didn't even get the Everest. But that was still a spicy game to start us off. With going back to OG Erangel Fields, as a solo, I remember lying in those fields and just, proning out to the last 8 or 9 players in that phase, that last phase, boom, you stand up. And like, that was exactly what we got there from Trick right there, right at the end to perform and be a 1v1 in the final fields here. Just talk about nostalgia, PUBG right there.
Definitely OG. And it's coming. Don't forget, the OG Erangel is coming back to back. I can't wait for it. And Iso, actually, you're in chat, mate. I've done a production course on Monday. I've got my brain has discombobulated. You're my overlay guy. Let's make some stuff happen. Let's talk later on in the week. I've got some great ideas how we can level things up. Well, leveling things up, we get a zone. It goes out to the water, goes in towards the southeast position. A nice area, arguably, for these teams to maybe fight out as our gamblers gambled. And it pays off as they might find themselves center zone.
What do we think, chat? Lipovka or Milta? Got to see it in the chat. Hype it up. I want to see whether we got Milta or Lipovka. My vote's going Milta.
Milta Power. I think we are going to go to that corner. I've not had one of them for a while. We've definitely not had that one for a while.
Milta, that's what let me refocus. Yeah, Milta Power.
Yeah.
I have not had one there, I feel like, since.
Oh, yeah.
It's a possibility. But Milta Power, I feel like, is one of those like that is just kind of shifted away. We don't really see that up top hillside finish anymore where there was a lot of, again, OG finishes here at this Milta power plant. You've seen a lot of fights. Edgegate right here, where you see this wall has been a huge place to hold here. But, opportunity is there. I really like the same circles, as a player. I like to see the same zone. I know what I'm doing. I know where I'm playing. But as a caster, I said we always just love to see that switch up on the zone that challenges these players, that makes the rotations that much more interesting. And, again, after match number 1, I'm just trying to give us anything in comparison to keep things flowing in that momentum.
Well, we're talking about rotations. BFG making an early rotation. They might be looking at Milta Power, expecting it to be free, but the Gamble boys, well, they've rolled the dice. Let's see if they can deal with an incoming boys. There's that Trico. He has got guns. They're not coming in completely blind. They are taking the compound quite early on. Be surprised if he goes any further. He's going to have a little scout forward. As DA are pretty split. BFG, nice wrap, nice early one. There's also an argument to say maybe above Lipovka, that sort of compound area there. We've had a lot of shifts going that way as well. So let's wait and see how things work out for this second game this evening. Good to see, though, a number of teams already shifting in.
Plan coming off of a beautiful top 3 here. Looking to repeat some of that energy right now. Early rotations, again, seems to be the case for a lot of our teams here, trying to find that place to call home, and not really too much opportunity in that last match. So they're going to try to hunker down, find themselves a little bit easier of an end game here. Again, still very early on to determine whether or not or where we're going to be heading. But still, rotations, information scouting, and all of this stuff in between is going to be the most important factor here of phase number 1 and Trick. Let's just keep the team up, man, and give you another opportunity to get yourselves in there. We may see that opportunity for the victory. Come that, but here it is, the prison topside finish as Blanky's going to spot them out. The real gangsters trying to claim their spot, and then they are going to pop a few. Ooh, they put a Trick. All right, hello.
That's some big spin on that one. They might even be able to pressurize this now as they are moving down. That's the right play, I think. Don't let them get reset. Hammond's kind of playing leapfrog here, taking a chance, rolling down, seeing where the shots come from. Well, my camera goes well underground. Deeper underground. The gangsters, they're going to back away. Woody might be here for an emergency evac now as the guys have taken a few shots. They took a few in return and they say goodbye. We are not taking the speed from Drigo.
Nice little pickup there from Wooly. Nice read from the gangsters in order to replay and reset themselves as the full 4. And you pop a few shots, you try to secure, you try to, again, just kind of puff the chest up, and then when somebody matches that energy, you just got to reset, and there it is. Not losing one player for nothing right there. A good reset from the gangsters. And speaking of reset, here comes behind enemy wives, traveling as to full forward instead of splitting things up like the last round. This time they want to make sure all full four have the better chance to take home those wives.
Yep, I think you learned from the lesson. Did they try to overcomplicate a simple rotate? Oh, well, arguments say after game one, you'd say yes. And this time, you're right. They stick together, they get moving. You can fight a lot more cleaner. They were picked apart one at a time. And look, unfortunately, one did make it in the very, very end. Seville Millie does find, I suppose, opportunity, but it was a little bit too short from the placement points. Nothing really else happened from them. And now they find themselves in a good spot, and actually an opportunity. If the zone does shift back down to this kind of area here, it's going to be an opportunity for them maybe to try and hold a centralized compound, which is free. They are getting the opportunity now to take.
And speaking of what to take, there's less and less going to be getting in these phases here. 3 minutes 30 seconds till we see that next phase. Early rotations yet again coming in now from Waste here, or regrouping as to full four. I like to see a lot of the teams, understanding the assignment. We've seen a lot of, I don't want to say 2-2 splits, but a lot of solo sends last time. And this time it's just all teamwork, all groups moving forward here for this final match here. Speaking of FUT on that rotation, one of the last teams to enter in. But here comes our team from the victory. All four on the E shoot. And let's send our way up. Let's do a little celebratory fly. And into the zone, they will now make their way.
Something tells me that Waste has also got an E pickup. We definitely know that STFU have now. She's at turnaround. I think Unwanted have popped it early. In my opinion, this one. I think they could have got a bit closer to the zone. Maybe took a bit of blue damage and then popped it. Because this zone has a 3 or 4 style of endings that could play out from here. So, well, they've rolled it, and it means they are going to be rolling across this sort of southern side up towards the sort of the Pofka area. I suppose even if they're late in the Pofka, if it jumps back to Milta, I suppose they can still kind of get there as well. But I don't know if they've made the right call at the moment for an emergency pickup this early on, and I suppose this late coming between a phase 1 and phase 2.
Got to be a chance. Speaking of chances, it looks like Trick's going to take his chance potentially with Stance here. But nope, Stance gets behind in time before we're going to get actually any action to pop. So for now, we're just going to kind of wait for Trick to make his move, see if we can get a little something. I think he's going to wait, more or less just keeping information to the rest of the teams. Kind of fell back topside prison still, but Trick just trying to get that information, keep his head where it needs to be there, so that nobody's getting easy walk up for positioning here. And this is just one of those plays, like I said, that I think really gets those teams into the late game. Teams that don't kind of have that solo scout that will allow this information to be fed, sometimes get the backfill, then boom, before you know it, there's a team right there on top of you, and you're fighting a fight that is, in the sense of the team we're looking at here, unwanted.
Yeah, looking at Wanted, as I said, they are going to be storing the air before the zone touches. What I'm talking about. They've had to make a commit where they go. Pofka is free at the moment, so they'll be okay there. I wouldn't be surprised, as I said, that if Waste is put up, something tells me they might have an E-pickup ready to go, but they've taken the time, they worked their way in. They will have a little scout ahead, and they will find themselves, the Marines have been deployed. They're not going to try and hide their cars, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. I don't even know if they're looking back this way. Actually, all eyes might be on the compounds that Slav are in, and more importantly, back over towards the unwanted parachutes coming into the Pofka.
Dropping in right now, we've got MM again trying to play here from the back to their, or from the water to their backs, and just not working out well for them right now. We've got Viperous just who's been on point with her shots, on point with her information, continuing to pressure and continuing to move the chess piece forward here for Waste. They're now going to back this team up to the water. Let's see how the Marines are going to be able to respond here, but the full send starting to come in. Shots are being sent out, but Party Beetle going to be able to stop. And then put some hurt back on. Michael, I believe, is already inside the compound. Should be able to catch the back here of Hales. As I say that, Cyrex from the coast is going to find one. It's the flush, and there's Michael. Michael from the backside to find Heals here. As Heals falls, that's a 1-for-1 trade there on both sides here. Now the Mad Marines trying to find some way to recover in said situation, but just looks to be that this may be their day's number here, or at least trying to retreat closer and closer down to the what I'm gonna call the beach, because this coastal front on the rocks just doesn't seem to be holding right now for Mad Marines.
Yeah, they lost one, so they were focusing on in front, not what could come from behind. So they lost the body, and there's that zone shift. It does go to that military power we're talking about. Unwanted just on the outside. They have to control their way in the behind enemy wires. Well, they're in a position now to hold out for a later game. They didn't stop in that south side of the zone. They continued working their way through. And Mad Marines, well, they've got pressure from Waces in front, but they've also got to make themselves an opportunity to get into zone, and it's going to be very difficult from this position, especially if they lose all these car tires. A lot of teams will be popping over for.
Speaking of that, ooh, a little bit of shot through the door right there. Gonna break the door. Avi will fall right there. Tickle gonna get credit for that one.
I reckon
Now
that door
moving
was
in here
open,
behind
to
enemy
be fair.
wives.
I reckon that door was open. I think that was a spectated blip, guys. There's a, I know BFG are Blazers, but you've got it, that door must have been open.
Yeah, it happens time and time again. That's been one, huh? Drop it in, though. FMG drops in on the compound. There's a team already inside. They've lost superiority here, as GA is going to take credit for that one here. The Gambling Addicts will throw one more on the board, but moving forward into the compound, BFG's already taken a loss. But the res is starting to come through. Tico is already on it. Nade makes its way in. I don't think it's going to angle its way to get the knock, but doing a little bit of splash damage.
Oh.
In comes R2, and that nade finds him right at the front door right there, and now it's Tico off the reset here. Another nade to confirm, so 3 left for BFG. I think only 2 inside the compound here. And, yep, you see the third player on the vehicle right there. Tico trying to respond. Headshot comes through. He's going to peek it in, trying to get the nade out, but fire through the door. In comes Fed Dog. Did he get the nade out?
No, he didn't. I thought he did. I thought I heard the click. That's unfortunate, though. Formation Gaming on the defense. It did pick apart. It looked as BFG were going to make the hold there, but not. But look at this. Behind enemy wires. Well, they know the kill feed. They know the numbers. They've been reading this one. They've lost a player. There goes a molly out onto their head. Take that one on the defensive, but he's able to duck underneath it. Doffy's making it happen now. It's behind enemy wires. We'll get in front of Formation Gaming.
Here comes the nade, opens the door, splash damage is going to take. They'll find no knocks. The re-peek looking to hold the peak, but Don Quixote Dauphin is going to find that one. Now 2 players left up as the flush does come through. Techers is bleeding out, so it's actually left just to Phaeton. And I don't know if Phaeton's going to be able to hold his own against the wives right here. Let's see if he's going to pop out. He is trying to use that smoke, use the sound to his advantage here, and just maybe catch 1 or 2 players off guard. As actually, Dauphin is knocked from the third party. This may be his opportunity to either forfeit off the fight or catch in and capitalize upon that knock.
I'm surprised he didn't wrap the way they came in. Down the other side, he gets aggressive. Nade goes out. Blue Zone node comes back. As they're glad they're taking this compound. 15 teams. We've lost one already. 49 players. We've lost some bodies. And we're already phase number 2 now. About to go to a phase 3 as the zone is about to shift and pop. And if it does continue to go down towards the southeast, we're going to find a number of teams got to get rolled in. Not too bad. Does donut up. But we've got some water to lose, though. Potentially in the next zone shift. Maybe the one after.
Not too shabby of a shift, but getting closer and closer to Mini Milta right there, as it looks like that could be the focus of the end game here. Grandies for the slow storm, catching a little bit of late game action, did not run into FUT so early, so getting a chance to do their thing now in the fight with Clan. There is Trick himself dropping around here. Nade comes through for the flush, but it's Spur from the side, who is going to get credit for that one with the Mini, or excuse me, with the Dragunov.
We've got a couple of solos now.
Okay, Trick.
Quite the game you want to be.
So, yeah, not really where you want to be this late, this early, I guess.
Yeah, not late. They want to be late. They want to be in it late, but maybe not at the moment. Pretty well, he's going to try and send Michael out this one. Nate does go out. It will favour him. Will roll downhill. Does get the hair of it, tings its way down, but hot and spicy takes nice shots into the neck of Michael. Lucky enough for him, he did drop the smoke in time, so he's going to stand half a Q. But there's a BenQ coming down, and with that, he's going to try and close out, and it isn't long. Waste will go down and fall. They're going to take 15th place.
STFU will have to take them, and we'll have to move top side of the prison here after that fight concludes. Probably grab that loot, make themselves up, but against all odds, again in a fight, at least in the backside right now with Slow Storm here. So maybe they get a chance to take the 4v4 as a 4v4 and not have FUT come in and do some third-party action, as there goes the opening shots from Tack. Not able to connect onto Makai's right there, so it's just now a couple of pop shots and maybe a re-rotate there as I see some vehicles starting to work in for Slowstorm. Speaking of vehicles, here comes on the rotation. I don't know how much further they're going to make it. Unwanted will take care of SU in the backfield. There's clean rotating. They lose Steak and P. The two will make it free through the clear, and they have some opportunity for the crates just ahead of them that they'll probably end up playing for.
Yeah, well, you lost two, but you kind of might take that as it's very difficult zone shifts away from you. Didn't really fall the way you wanted it to. Now they find themselves in a position where maybe they're going to be able to hold out. It's kind of these edges now that I'm really intrigued about because a number of teams still pitching their way in. And this is an interesting play. I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure where you can go with the boat, but you could maybe climb up on the other side. If there was anyone here, they would hear it. But maybe they just want a few more options before calling it quits today on their sea adventure.
Hey, they're trying to give the Mad Marines a show for their money here and let them know that this is how the sea is handled, I guess, for lack of better words there. So we'll see what does come through for the plays there and how Unwanted is able to make that. Coming off the victory here, they're definitely feeling good. They're definitely feeling confident here. So there's definitely some sort of play being made there. But speaking of that, Behind Enemy Wives has not really made the play to get onto Formulation Gaming here. They've been allowing him to coexist with them inside this compound. Now into Phase 4 here after Formulation Gaming dropped, after Behind Enemy Wives collapsed, and now it's more or less just a game of chess here to see who will survive towards that end game. On the opposite side of the field, though, much more going on here. STFU, who had just taken care of one team, is now on the focus with Against All Odds and SWS, who, nope, do not get that even 4v4 fight.
No, they don't. Slowly do work their way down and around. They are taking a bit of pressure up, but they've taken some pressure themselves. STFU pushing their way around. They picked it on a slow. ARU, man, a dangerous spot. They're not in zone here. They've got a lot of action around them, but they're reading the kill feed. They know they've got a team on one side, which will be STFU. So now they're piecing this puzzle together, and it's going to be a piece of a puzzle. It's going to be working its way into Lumberyard at the moment. So difficult hill for them to climb. One team that isn't having difficulty at the moment, well, that's for esports. They've been controlling for a while, but we are going to the Lumberyard style ending.
Closer and closer to opening up the sticks here, bringing the wood out. Speaking of wood, Woolie's ready to take down that SLR, and he's, ooh, Godfair is okay. Gonna take out a big nade. There goes UM. The last two players who were safely able to make it into the rotation will now go down in 13th, allowing us a few more teams here. STFU above the hill trying to reset, but we do have RG from the side trying to make their way in through that smoke. 4, maybe 5 teams involved in this if Trick decides to get involved as well, as he's a solo player for Clan there. Big knock from Against All Odds, or excuse me, Against All.
Oh, yeah, you. Against all of us.
Against, part of me is for the
oh,
they get me with that Against All.
Yeah, all the time. It's same as me.
But,
exactly the same.
All right, but back to STFU in the mix. The world of hurt. Speaking of FMG, he takes care of all 3 BEW players. And again, letting them exist that long, I guess that's what you're going to get right there. FMG out on top, takes control of that compound. Other side, STFU still in the fight. Ben, big nade if you can get this on the right place for RG. Finds it right underneath RG. Hatches it. Confirms one. Knocks the other. Now the final real gangster here with his own util inside the smoke, but Ben has already been dealt with.
Oh, he's trying to go for the res. That's unfortunate. Great nade, great run opportunity, but gets shot in the back. RG we end that one out. AOU, well, they opted to go one way. There's a lot of pressure. They now go back the other way as they alleviate pressure coming to Lumberyard. A little bit more in this sort of west side to south-southwest as SWS, our slows, are going to be moving themselves a little bit further in res. Well, they've not too much. They've been here most of the game, CC. We saw Trico overlooking them. There's a lot of action happening very far afield, but it is coming ever and ever closer. Let's see if the guys were able to hold this one as the teams come knocking on Lumberyard.
Very similar play style to match number 1, where we've seen a lot of aggressive action there in them last few phases. It's going to start to slow down. It's going to start to come to edge play here. As I say, that Foot is not only in the zone, but also has control of the southern edge. The rest of the team's so congested and cluttered up onto one another that it's allowing Foot so much just freedom in this next phase here. So spreading their power and looking to play the end game. It's everybody just playing survival of the fittest here in the northern corners of the zone.
Difficult. These teams, ARU constantly being chased down. The gangsters There might be a debt paid towards them because they are not letting it go. They're going to continue following this team in, trying to backstab. Obviously, Trico now has to move as well. Slow Storm, though. Grandis needs to move. All big names. One team that doesn't need to move and one team that doesn't need the points. Well, that's for esports. They get blessed with a zone their way. Willie Linux is right, but no, he goes down as AAU didn't drop the ball with potentially someone sneaking in behind him, coming off the edge of the blue.
Got him. One more on the board here now. 5 all day, 4 against all us. And it looks like they have one more player still in the vicinity. Blanky just ahead at that rock right there. I think has been scouted out, has peeked out a little bit. There's actually a solo Grandies as well here for SWS here. So 2 solos just outside of AAU's positioning here as Blanky over the top, looking to get the head. Double tap onto Decal there. And DC Cali will go down. Grandy's now maybe going to use this as his opportunity to come out of the house here. Smokes start to come into play. Free fire from Blanky. Actually not realizing that is his help. That is his friend right now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And unfortunately, he may take down the only help he has in this situation.
Well, enemy of my enemy, always my friend, and there's one enemy at the top. So, well, that's the blue zone. So Blanky needs to get shifting. Blue zone does claim all when it comes down to the PUBG world. Blanky now going to move his way around, going to put himself in a 1 versus 1. Loves Grandies though, using the smoke, denies the information from AAU, but it does position AAU to be looking back this way. And Trico score laying low. There comes the shots from AAU. Blanky needs to move back, but he's got the jammer pack. He can take a bit of blue damage. Now he works his way on the outside of blue into cover, but no, AAU say good night. That's you in 8th place.
We're all still ready, knowing there's one more player here. 8C got to take tack back from the back right there. Blues should do the rest here, so they're unfortunately going to lose that player. So Rule, the last up for AAU, is going to spot out Grandies.
Better.
Please his legs. I mean, ripped him.
Jeez.
What even happened there? Didn't even give him a chance right there.
It wasn't even a wiggle. It was like, I'm better. I'm staying, and stayed locked on the gun. Jeez. Able to survive out slow. Well, there's no slow ending at the moment. They're in the top 5 at the moment. And we are going to be positioning ourselves. Top 4 again. Phase 5 to phase 6. Aggressive region. As Rez going to have to make things happen. They've controlled. And there goes a mortar fire underway as it rains down nades. In between unwanted. Nothing connected just yet. But that is enough to rumble the floor.
Jeez, talk about, yeah, you said the motor store. Rain and terror from there. That was disgusting. And literally, I was kind of questioning what's happening here. I seen 1, 2, 3, 4 players all lift the hand up with the grenade, and I was like, oh, this is not going to be good here. But somehow unwanted, able to avoid all damage right there, pushing themselves back in here, avoiding the bombard coming out there from RES.
Right, bombardment. The smoke wasn't good though from Unwanted. Our game number 1 winners. They kind of tried to throw it up. It hit the tree and bounced back. And there's some small smokes now at the top. But the MK makes another appearance on Orangle's luscious green shores. And whoa, a headshot. And I feel he's going to go down. That should be enough though for the Unwanted team maybe to start moving their way in. But Rez, they've got to keep an eye on this one. They can't allow Unwanted to push north.
That one's going in Deviant's highlight reel right there.
Oh, 100%.
That was disgusting. Another one goes for a repeat.
Another one.
Cash it in.
Love it. Look at the damage lead he is as well. 600 on the damage at the moment, not on the kills. He's just farming everything he can, destroying those lids and packs, everything else. As the Unwanted team, well, they opt to go safe. They're going to rotate their way around, use the smoke. Deviant's got to get involved in this movement as well. GA, well, they gambled early and gambled their way into a top 5. Let's see what they can do now as they find themselves bottom of the food order. That's at the bottom of the hill.
Taking a chance right now. Let's see what they can get. But starting to come alive here with that position. They've basically taken control of this zone. They know nobody's behind them. They know where the teams are at. 4 teams remain here as that last team elimination comes through here. It leaves us with FUT, RES, Unwanted again inside the top 4, looking for a back-to-back potential victory here. And then the Gambling Addicts, who just from the start have held positioning inside this, have moved forward out of Milton and just have, I don't want to say given themselves an easy game, but have made the best of this game and this opportunity. And Tens, speaking of taking opportunities, he's going to take this one. It's a clean headshot, and he's going to take down Ferris.
Also, the one and only. Subbing in with FUT at the moment, region-based player. He always does in these events. He always plays with FUT. Trying to sneak his way. Now he can hear the shots on the other side, so expect a bit of cover, maybe from the teams above. Ainty and T-Bro maybe looking over his head as he can play. I love this area because all of these sort of trees, the burnt down trees, the lumbered trees, you can see through them, and sometimes half a step, well, that gets creative when it comes down to a individual opportunity. There goes Nate. There's 1, 2. They've got the hedge. Otto's there. There's one for him. He's still pushing. He gets 2. He's going for the 3rd. Can he go for a complete squad wipe? No, he can't, because Intense clears the last one. But 3 for Otto, and Foot Esports eliminate our gamblers.
Jeez, big play, big momentum for Foot right there, and that is Faye taking to 3. Now continuing that push forward. Can Hero stop him? Can Deviant do something to unleash, to unhinge what is Foot Esports? This competition has been so great for them, and with solo performances like that, that is exactly why.
Huge. I wanted, though, after all the commotion, trying to take the opportunity now to get on top of the hill, but they've gotten so far, it's got a bit quiet. They're tempted just to play peekaboo a little bit more. Now sees the head as the bunny hop goes over. Knows they're a little bit further away. Might retract down. There's a little bit of hill ridge they can play, but the closer that we see T-Bone and Ainty hold in the trenches, it's going to be very difficult now for Unwanted to come in. And you kind of got to roll this and go, do you know what? I think this is a Foot Esports here. 6 kills at the moment. They've got another 6 targets in front. They might find themselves on a 12-kill winner chicken dinner, but they've got to clear up all of these kills. They can't allow each one of these teams to fight it out.
Ooh, I do see a P90 in the distance as well.
Yes.
For Unwanted, MK14 as well. So we've got some power for Unwanted here. 3 members up. And again, it's really going to come down to, I think, like I said, those side steps, those little minuscule angles here as, again, could make the difference of a headshot, arm shot right there. And waiting for the perfect opportunity, Tommy Bob trying to find some, but HC wasting no time. He's going to start to take care of RES. Opening knock comes through the smoke, trying to delay any further angles, but will confirm at least a little bit of food he has started to play with.
A little bit. He's got this ridge. Zone's just back down towards and blesses Foot Esports Day on this one. RES, obviously, they've got Foot one way. Maybe they're just going to try and take the opportunity and claim any of these points. They come in, starts takes a few shots. Unwanted looking to get another point on the board for them. Eyeball now takes some shots and nearly puts down the MK, but that level 3 gear keeps him alive. But the zone is going to get pushing. Nice quick pick, though, on the shield as we'll move it a little bit further forward into zone. As the smoke in front will dissipate. That blue zone nade bomb, that's not going to provide you the cover that's needed. You have to try and hunker down here, but there's another knock. There's an Ainty, and he comes up and over the top like a ghost. He hits and runs, and here comes a nade. He's going to try and finish this one off, though. There's one. Catch that one. Winner on their side. Another 2 points underneath Foot Esports. Kobe, baby.
You cannot forget about Ainty. He takes one. He gives you a little bit of time to reset, to respond, and unfortunately, the tight goes in here, and they are going to take kills away from Foot. Given that they are so close, this is the team they are trying to catch up to. 9 points for Unwanted to, again, keep that gap as far as possible away from Foot.
Well, it's number 2 points you don't get.
The chicken dinner, 10 kills, 20 points.
Take it.
He'll take it.
Take it. They're already leading the charge, though, right, with the kills. So, a good call. Early call from the boys as well. So, reading the kill feed, they know they took out Rez at that point. They're the only remaining players. It's a nice winner chicken dinner, though, for Foot Esports. Game number 2, well, that's under our belt. We're going to transition ourselves now. A game number 3. Well, we are going to be heading our way. Well, let's have a double check, actually. I think it is Tago time for us. It will be Tago time. It's always an interesting map, though, CC, because it is hyper aggressive, right? So, what was it? Both games there. Phase 6, we was down to a top 4/top 5. It's like Tago, I think, could be more aggressive than that.
And I talk about it, we need any more aggression. I don't think we do. But you know, the entertainment today has been stacked. The players have been maxed, and we've seen some performances to set the tone for the day here. So you know what? If it gets any more aggressive here, you ready? Grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, lock in.
Well, it's about grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. It is going to be Tago time, baby. We'll see you in round number 3.
kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be your fifth place. On this one, then fourth on the next. Third, second, first, you the poor with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. Had to put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Mama. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff.
Here we go. It's map number 3. It's Tago time, CC, with a northwest down to a southeast. Pretty good flight path, actually, through the heart and soul of Tago, baby.
Right down the middle, split it in half, and let's see what we get here. Hopefully expecting a little bit of a hot drop, a little bit of a spicy Tago finish. And when we see third party, we see fourth party, we see fifth party here. And with the aggressive and the hyper-aggressive plays of these players here, it is going to be non-stop action once that phase 1 pops.
Will be non-stop action, definitely. We'll have a quick look at that leaderboard, though. Free Sports, obviously, no surprise. They're up there, 157, 105 kills. Woo! Jeez. Could have been 107, but deny from the team chasing. But they've fallen down a little bit. STF used to in second, Foot Esports there, and it's been up and down, but Unwanted find themselves in 4th for 100 points as well. So, yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at the moment. It's pretty close, and they are closing the gap. But we are starting to see a few gaps appear. Plane's done. Players are out. We're about 8 seconds away before we find where the Tago zone goes.
Right now, guesstimate, I'm going to go. Oop, nope, too late.
Too late,
Already
mate.
popped. We've got
late.
it. We've got it down to the south. It's already given it to us. Oh, Yang in the mix there. We do got some unplayable. Clan looking good. Still coming off their drop right now. And that's going to be a nice widespread open opportunity for them to grab some. It is RG right there in the middle of that zone. Talk about powerful position and talk about information scan. They've got Buksansa to themselves. They've got a couple of alternative areas outside as well on some ridge play here. So that's going to be spelling out a good start to the game here for RG. STFU finally not having to make an early rotation. Will get a little bit of a love from that zone as well, but unfortunately will have to contest themselves potentially with behind enemy wives.
I do worry about this zone because the river, like Everest, will tract and pull, but there are two parts of that river. That little lakey, dried up river on the east, also a capability. It might pull over towards the northeast area or a northwest. If it does retract up, we're going to see a lot of high ground play, depending on who moves their way down. Terminal and BenQ, his location can maybe stop any pushing coming from the top. Be good to see a couple of E-picks. The teams be looking to sort of rotate their ways. Formation Gaming already having a look down. They're actually going for an E-pick up. They obviously know they've got teams on the other side. Oh, hello. That's an interesting parachute down. Might even get a little cheeky fire from above. But not now. Not all of them making it. It says 3. And they should be scouting out over towards the other side now and looking into, I suppose, fishing camp where the final player is going to be making their way in.
I think the reasoning we have going here, so I've kind of wondered this too. You take that E-pick up again. We already know the risk. We already know the opportunity that it presents. But once you land, how do you make it out of there? Again, you know, you're scouting for a vehicle. That's one thing. Like I said, your rotation out of this E-pickup has to be a potential. And I think that's superiority's role here is he's got the vehicle. He's going to allow FMG to kind of pull up, in his vehicle, leaving them some sort of support system for them to then backfall on. Because, again, if you drop here and then zone rotates out and moves out, you're on foot trying to take that rotation. And then that right there just makes Tago especially that much harder in the rotation. So big play from FMG to take that solo player, to leave him inside the vehicle, to, again, give them opportunity, I think, for late game. Not just thinking for phase 1, thinking for phase 4, phase 5, that future.
Well, I can tell you we've got a spectator's blip, and that's the sound of the plane in my ear, so apologies. Just gonna get this ambient Tago time, like a storm's about to rock over. I do know how to get rid of it now. I need to find someone else also taking an E-pick, and I can click on him, and that should get rid of it. But while we're under a lot of action, we'll keep an eye on things as well. So the Gangsters obviously on the defensive side, but aren't also here as well. Nearly getting a knock, but not able to get those final connections in, and get stabbed in the back as he has to retreat away from the RG boys.
Hey, the amount of IQ that these players have to just get behind the ridge at perfect precision and then just go prone, it's just, it amazes me every time. Every time.
I always get it wrong. I always get shot. I don't
That's
go
what I'm
one
saying,
step too far.
It is literally perfectly timed, and like I said, that just again goes to show you like some of this the minuscule details that go in to make these players who they are, and give them that opportunity to then showcase. So not only that, he's repositioning. He knows RG is going to come out. He knows they're going to start to pull out, and he's started to take advantage of that there. And nope, may not be able to get away in time here. RG is just peppering him with shots here. One more, gonna spell game over here for R2N, and there it is. Olsen will get the knock. I think a little bit too far from the rest of the squad. The BFG losing 1. STFU may get lucky, come up and take an opportunity to take that one away. So I see them inside the vehicle, very, very close. But there it is.
I think they're thinking
one
about
down for BG.
I think they're thinking about it. They're looking at their hill. Oh, crash on the other side though. Behind enemy lives. Well, there's no slow push here. There goes one down. Then he gets taken out by his own car as it bounces back like a bumper car off the wall. And slow, well, literally cars are playing bumper cars now as they're hopping, skipping, but they're going to get themselves out of here. Lose 2, off they go. Compound denied by the behind enemy wives.
Not sure if it was a bunch of miscommunication or something. We had different angles, different pull-ups, and I just don't know if the timing was there for the slow storm in order to take that one for themselves here. So Don Quixote with a nice response to keep the 2 players there for behind enemy wives here, securing themselves to their compound here, but now Slow Storm just kind of peeking in from the sides, trying to just game what they can. There goes R2. He is going to go down as it looks like BFG will not be able to get that res. Still in another fight now. Third-party shots going in. His clan on the full send here. Maybe Trick with the bike, able to pull up on these 2 players here. Confirms, nope, going to pull off.
He's thinking about it though, isn't he?
Playing a little bit more passive.
I think he's thinking about it. I think he was pushed forward. Maybe the other team were like, no, I don't want to make the play
Yep.
just yet. But dangerous
Like,
content.
Trick, we need you in the end game, mate. We need you.
Oh, I don't know if I can keep up with him at the moment. He has been in that end game for a while so far. Interesting, a lot of teams taking that sort of north side. There's a little bit of division across to the west. And no one really on the east. We've got a couple of teams. Waste is moving their way around. Bucksang completely free. Ho Yang the same, all completely free. And even the hill below Bucksang, store free as well. A few teams obviously still need to make their way down. Footy Sports working their way in. NC's in. The rest of them are behind though. There's the same and also unwanted coming in on this west hand side. But if they do stay on the west, it's still going to be congested. There won't be as much though to be able to fight out from this position.
Also, just on one today. It's just firing in every direction here, hitting some great shots so far here. So keeping RG with that, early kind of advantage here with the zone here. They're paying it, and they're definitely using it to their advantage. They're not only just sitting inside the central compound, they're starting to scout. They're getting information. They're getting shots. They're getting knocks. And it looks like they've also gotten some care packs there. So going to be pretty heavily stacked for some loot here. As Deviant, a big player for Unwanted last match here, almost loses his life to Rofus Esports here upon rotation, but is able to safely make his way away from rotation. Backfield is the rest of Unwanted, and it looks like for now, phase 1 with another 2 minutes, everybody's just starting to get their fill and get their rotation in. Not losing too many players, not losing any teams, but it's just now phase 1. Where do we kind of go? Where do we end up? And where does Tego want to take us?
It's Tego time. Still not much on the east though. Voices are expecting to come to this sort of east river. You can see them position up for that strong 2-2 compound. Unknown mix maybe late on the rotation down from fishing camps. Not taking off too much. Everyone else, these Bucksang on the way. A little bit of a split though on this south side. GG now trying to work in. BFG under an element of pressure from multiple teams. And as a result, well, they find themselves down the body. No kills have been damaged. And lucky enough though, they got himself a nice little level 3 vest. And a very, very difficult position to hold really from here.
Very much so. Like I said, and now you're just going to have to try to play into the next phase, wait for the shift to go. You can see them. They've definitely taken position for Vendetta as well as taking the off angle. And unfortunately for him, looks like Fut's taking some interest in his positioning. And the Gambling Addicts may lose their third ankle anchor player there. As I say, that clan from the distance going to get the knock on to Feynato. He was huge for Fut in that 3-piece. Be able to respond in time. He's got the vehicle for some coverage for right now, but not looking so great here for Fut. Losing that. I think T is thinking about going for the res here, but Vendetta also knocked here. A couple of solo knocks going on in there in 10s. Should be able to stick this res right here on the Fey.
He needs to keep his car alive, so if he can put his car over that side, the smoke goes out. He needs to keep his vehicle together. He's going to now go for the res, pick up and go. And he will fly by and put a fear into anyone we see him go. Zone shifts. Oh, it goes heavy to that northeast. Now that is very much an apparent that it goes towards the riverside. They've picked up one. Ainsley knows he needs to provide some pressure. Doesn't know it's a double team though. He drives by, nearly getting down to an individual. G8, well, they're going to pick this one up. T-Bone surely going to go for a run over. Bouncing nade, baby! Boom! Gets to confirm as T-Bone rolls in strong. And Ainsley gets the second one down. What a nade. Whoa! Nearly getting run over by his own team. Let's just say that was tactical driving. As Intense just flies on by, brushing past T-Bone. And they're going to get themselves a few more. There goes the bike as well. And see you later. We don't need any more loot. We are out.
Talk about the trust in teammates there. As again, you've seen how close he was to pulling up. The comms, the conversation was probably perfect in that position there. Fud able to recover. 8C with a little bit of a mislead right there. Takes some attention off. Opens the door for T. T takes advantage, and there it is. Another team disaster. And just going to happen right there in the middle of Tego.
How close do you get to compound? Well, sometimes a bit too close. How close do you get to Foot Esports? Definitely too close here. Let's try and catch some of the action. A lot of it is going to come down from rotations. Slava just trying to wait as the Mad Marines are the one taking shots, but opposite near compound to them. Gangsters, well, they pulled up though on STFV with the initial knock. They're looking to try and duck themselves into our Bucksam. I don't think what the thing is, but as I said, it did come across that river on that northeast corner. If you ever play Takeover, especially in esports mode, always keep an eye on the rivers. Always keep an eye on the river. Got to factor that in, that the zone might pop that way.
Uksansa right in the center of it. Unfortunately having a rough start to the day here. It looks like they've now cornered themselves on the outer edge here of the zone, just kind of playing, I think, to the best of their ability in this edge. Edge is where I think this mixed squad does start to come at their best here. So they're solo, a couple of teams in the center. Buksansa going to get a lot more teams introducing themselves into that play right there. As Michael on fire. You have to be very, very careful of Tico, who's creeping on the side. Maybe catch Mike by surprise here, but looks like he's aware. He's bobbing. He is keeping his information flowing. This gets credit for HPFL. Spots out Tico. Shots come through. Michael knocked. Ooh, I didn't even see that. That knock was so quick. Tico literally took 7 shots to get the knock on to Michael, able to get it, and now should be able to get this flush out. Adele is off to the side right there, and the remainder of UK maybe a little bit too far to respond in time here.
Yeah, and that came from Adele. Shots came over, but the knock from the Dragunov, though, put Michael down. And now looking back the other way, Waste, who had the big brain play to come over this neck of the woods, is down a body now, but got to be cautious. I don't think they know exactly where all the players are, and more importantly, that the gangsters are moving in. They're going to get involved pretty quickly. Might actually help out Waste here as BFG. Well, they're going to disengage and split as they will now roll on by. Still happening here is Slow Storm. Well, no slow death there. 16 plays for them. We are now 15 teams remain, and the gangsters come rolling on through. Quick kill, quick confirm. Final player now is Tico. He's already moved a little bit away from this whole action spot.
Real gangsters. Talk about some real drive-bys. Don't even take that fight on foot. They get in the vehicles. They do a little bit of drive-by. They try to impress, and they make it happen here. Tico will get away with his life as he's going to take the opportunity in the chaos as things are knocks are getting reset over there. We do still have one squad trying to make their way in against real gangsters as well as behind enemy wives here. So Wasted behind enemy wives trying to make the approach here onto RG, who has the high ground here. As there it is, Snuskadusky will find Viperous. It's all up to Shoei here on this off angle as Party going to go for the res on the Viperous, but the full send already in play here coming out from Olsen.
Yeah, don't throw that one, Party. Bit of a different Party. I think you need to pick up the most. Now here comes the roll by. Presumably is down. They are down to a 2. The gangsters right on the field using the tree just to keep you back alive. Second car comes down and out, goes down. Party Beetle is the remaining body. Picks up one. Doesn't quite get the confirm. The car falls nicely. Unable to get the confirm. I'd say PUBG is playing up at the moment, guys. So again, as I said before, when we kick things off, if it does disconnect us, we had a few problems with the latest update. We'll get back in as quick as we can. For now, Waste down to a solo body. Great push though from the gangsters. They are under pressure themselves, and they gave up an area which now is going to be taken by the wives.
In comes Blanky, taking some shots from the back. Down Kyoto Dauphin, able to get that knock here. Snuskadusky now focusing the attention over to Party Beetle, the last up for Waste. He's going to take one more shot. It does. The headshot comes through from the Dragunov, and that thing is deadly on the one tap. Sticks the res just in time. Now able to reset 2 players here. The real gangsters come out on top for the fight. The Mad Marines in a difficult position. 3 HP for Wajaz here. Somehow surviving with his life. For how much longer, I don't quite know. But it looks like his days are starting to get numbered there. Safely away for the Mad Marines. He's going to make it away for now. Down to the south end of the zone as we watch for phase 3 to come to phase 4. 50 seconds on that clock. It's SU yet again holding out another squad. This time it's AAU. Nade looks to confirm, maybe get this knock onto Cali, but nope, just behind. Cali will avoid. In comes Clan. Clan trying to get some opportunity to get some damage done, as well as Trick still up this time around. We also have Glam trying to come through. So 2v2 against the 3 of SU. Could go in any direction right now, but I think actually 2 for Clan is actually 3, as that third player, Danaman from the top, is actually looking in on the fight as well.
The nade was a bit of a giveaway for Slava. Well, why is their nades going on the outside of the wall? We're not there. I do draw their attention back. Picking up on the EU tilt. Alpha Michelle launches back. Clan's going to now work the way in. DC, well, you might want to try and DC and get away with this one, but not at the moment. Tucks himself in, but it's getting a smaller and smaller zone. So moves into no man's land. The rest of the teams need to move in. 14 remain. It's phase 4. They're two big numbers that we need to figure out, because on the next phase, how many teams remain? Well, we've already lost one, and that's the Mad Marine. 14th place for them.
Down and out again, nowhere to go for them after that difficult rotation in the Buksan Sa, where we have two teams trying to fight it out for control. Right now it's behind enemy wives here, taking some losses. STFU has taken one knock there inside of the compound there. Back over to their BFG is overlooking onto this as well. The solo member could easily get involved on the fight as well, but the res is starting to come through for Raucous Esports all throughout the hillside here. RFG in the alternative fight, kind of playing off the off angle here. This is outside Buksan and not inside, so two teams fighting outside, two teams fighting in as BEW does get eliminated. That's STFU controlling as RG Snuskadusky will now get in line to start to take the fight with STFU. A lot of aggression, a lot of offensive plays to come in right now to get themselves into some very good late game positions. Right now, it's all about taking who's in front of you, eliminating the opposition, and securing yourself a position inside the zone.
It's a difficult position. We've been on the mini-map as well. There's not many teams in, right? Everyone's fighting on the outside. There's going to be another rotation, potentially, as UM going to find themselves under pressure. Slavo trying to punch a hole through the middle. Well, no, they've stopped. They want to take the fight. They want to get some knocks. And there comes the first one. They now spin on a 180. Second one goes down, but Scarati's there. He's trying to take him. He does get one, but he falls down. Final player now for UM. They thought they were peaceful. They thought they were safe. Slava go down. Can they get any of these reses, as all the attention now is drawn back towards him? He's misread the kill feed as he does launch Hane down there. But here come Foot Esports, and here comes Clan. They'll be focusing, taking the position away, and all the hard work that done with Slava, they just fell a little bit short.
Fortunately, after all that hard work, their UW should be able to come from the bottom to kind of clean that one up. Against All Us is eliminated. Peyton with another nicely timed grenade will take care of RES in the backfield as well. That man's nades seem to be on point today. Takes 3 down in the last match. Takes 2 more in this match to eliminate another teams. 8 teams now remain as the placement starts to come open for some of the teams who are going to need this point. Unwanted yet again, getting into the placement points, getting into the top. Continuing to just showcase their understanding of pubs this time. Plan the solo Tico up there for BFG is going to try to just, I think, survive for the time. Maybe allow these teams in front of him and continue to just soak up some placement points here.
Well, not even touched the zone just yet. 18 seconds. We've lost 7 teams now in the space of half a zone. It's quick as we now make our way. This guy's, it's like, I feel like, hey, we get to phase 4. There can only be X number off us. Here, though, it's BFG down for 1. He gets him down to 1 shot, but he's going to take damage off the blue. He needs to get med on quickly as STFU lose Benku. He's going to try and crawl ahead of that zone, no, but it's not going to be long. There goes the zone. It covers all. Now we find ourselves in a top 6 position. Nice try, but BFG fall short, and STFU straight after that one. 5 teams remain. Phase number 5. It's got a 5 in it, you can have 5. It's got a 4 in it, you can have 4. Maybe when we get down to the next zone, how many players may remain, because we won't have the team count to close it out.
Should be Woolley and Olsen closing up the last 2, trying to come in for Unwanted here. As they make the approach, they were able to get some kills on the backfield. Woolley did snake that knock away from Tico, so unfortunately for all that effort, no kills and no more points. Just gets that placement in, at least able to survive for that time being. Takes the opportunity, nothing else really to be done. But now Deviant trying to find their way out of Buksan Sa after eating some blue, after playing in the backfield here. 3 members with a lot of utils still in the play, just trying to find that foot forward into the next zone here. It's already, if I'm looking right, Foot, though, has contested themselves again, just in a very Foot-like fashion, has taken control of that southern part of the zone, spreading the power, grabbing the information, and they're looking to finish this one out yet again in first.
They get themselves in position. I know, obviously, Otto and Intense playing because they're region-based in Foot, but arguably, they're looking good on the team. I know they've got a position for 1. Intense free agent at the moment, I believe. Might be wrong on that one. You guys let me know in chat. Don't forget, obviously, I haven't got the bot now working in Discord, so I have been back updating the teams and updating the players, who plays for who. If you haven't already, get yourself in my Discord, and underneath Discord bot is where you'll find the ability to type !team and then the team you want, and it will give you logos, team names, and who plays for them.
Sexy.
Sexy, yeah, no, it didn't.
Un-
None of that.
Somebody cue the disco music.
I love it.
Unwanted though, looks like they're having a difficult time getting out right now. Speaking of disco, they're definitely not having the same party we're having over here. They're taking some losses, taking some unfortunate, and we did lose Wooly as they were taking down moments before there. So that is now 4 teams, the top 4, the last member, 4 unwanted yet again inside the blue here. Gonna eat some. But Fut is right there in front waiting. You denied last time. I don't know if you really want to give him even 1 point this time.
He's going to deny. He's going to deny. Has he got any smoke? I'd re-pop a smoke straight now, and I would go for a deny. Just stay alive out here.
He's on the box. He's going for first aids.
Someone else goes. It's an extra point, right? So every team that falls now in front of him is an extra point. It's just whether he can keep the meds on in time. If not, he's going to be taken down in 4th place.
And Fut has to keep their head on a swivel too, knowing he's still alive. But right now the focus is on FMG. First knockdown of Techers is good. The nade comes up, flush, a little bit too overcooked, but does time nicely. 44 damage left for Techers to survive right there, and I think that's at least done enough damage to avoid that res to come through.
Really? You need an MK and a P90? Seriously? No, you do not. There's a lot of MKs on the battleground at the end here, so we'll wait and see how they go. More importantly, well, I'm wanting this store here free now remain. Formation Gaming now just take 2 knocks, and that might be a temptation. I believe they're actually in front of him. He sees him and look for it. That's another point. Maybe needs to get a minute on, but no. T-Bone's like, what the hell are you doing, mate? Get yourself out to the Kendi, lad.
Said, take a break, man. He's like, get out the blue. So I'm trying to res my team here. We're looking good. 11 kills on the board for Fut. The res on to 8C is good, and it looks like Fade Nato is now the next in line to get that res. 3 players still up for FMG. Did not capitalize on these knocks. Did not capitalize on the opportunity, for the little snake right there. And again, kind of hard for them to push forward here with the offense just coming in from Fut. But 8C is confirmed after that knock from superiority. So now the 3v3 fight can commence as Trick from the bottom. The solo can do some work. He has 2 players to back him up this time. Are we going to see the Trick that the chat's been expecting to close out this one here for match number 3?
Well, we've got him on speed dial. Don't worry, chat. It's on button number 4. They are moving into a position to try and take it. Now they're going to pick the fights. They've actually identified FUT Esports maybe as the danger. It's actually a 3 versus 3 versus 3. And funny enough, it's game number 3 as well. It's been very aggressive. We are phase number 6. We could go to the wire a little bit. FUT Esports find themselves a little bit on the outside edge of zone at the moment. As intends. Well, he's got the MG. What we got? We've got MG. We had an AWM. That's already gone down. We've got P90 MK. What else we got on FUT Esports? And there's another M. There's the MK. There's the MG. So nothing else too exciting, but definitely say Formation Gaming and FUT are more stacked when it comes down to the guns. Let's see what Clan can do. They've got the zone.
Right now, like I said, everybody's kind of playing on their own outside edge, but setting up, keeping the vehicles in line in play. Clan at least setting out the solo Trick there too. He's got the center of the zone. He's got the pin. He's waiting for the zone to shift. No matter what, Clan will have the next position inside the zone. But the only thing that also Clan will have is both teams on opposite sides here as they get closer and closer to the middle of that zone right there. You've got RFG on one side, or excuse me, FMG on one side, and then you've got FUT on the other. As it looks like Clan is starting to do the damage. First knock comes through on a superiority. Peak is already damaged. A lot of damage being done. He's sticking there for the res, but Trick has the nade in hand. Is it time? Is it perfect? It looks good. Does some damage. Does not find the knock. Looking for another repeat. Find superiority. Looking to find repeat there. Can't find the knock just yet, but another nade in hand could potentially spell disaster. A little bit too far yet again. Beinato going to take that one away for himself. Actually in the back for Danamon, but they will get credit for the kill there. So FMG down to 2. Clan taking a loss, so still 2 players up. They may forfeit the fight with RFG to go for the res, to focus more attention on to FUT.
That's a good play, actually. He knew he couldn't extend anymore. He's going to get caught, so does retract back. Otto goes right through the middle because the anchor play goes down. Well, there's Trico, baby. He puts down Otto himself. Now going to reposition. The MK for them is down. Doesn't quite get the spray with the AK now. He's only got 47 in his back pocket. He's over 2, don't forget. He's running double 7s. Could do with some of Otto's. He's getting some information. He's going to be keying it forward, though, with nades potentially coming through. Intense nade. Doesn't quite get the connection. Trico hasn't quite heard him. The MG potentially pushing. There's some 7s that might be coming his way as he goes for the reload. 39 49 remain now in his back pocket. He's playing his underpants.
Underpants gaming here for Trick here, making things super interesting. Another nade coming out from Intense. The third is Util starting to get scarce. Now the blue zone will start to just delay a push from that angle for now for Trick. So he's going to full back with T here. Rely on the teammate, rely on the teamwork. 2 angles being held at the top edges of that zone there. 1 for T, 1 for Intense. As we've got 2 teammates grouped in on both sides for Clan and FMG. It's the duos and the solos of Foot that are starting to fight this one out here. So T's got his own set of duos. Intense has his as well. And actually, if he's not careful, maybe a third is the res coming through on the Danamon. It is good. So Clan back to 3. They forfeit the fight with RFG to get this res. And I think that was a great play, potentially the game winner here for Clan.
Yeah, it's a good game winner. I do like Foot. They've disengaged the fight in both teams. And now they're down numbers. That shows the level of play. Foot Esports will fight on the edge of zone now. Looking for the attention back. Sees the car, sees the movement. MG in there. 155 or could chew through some bullets if he starts pulling that trigger aggressively. I think he's still working out if there is anyone remaining. Not dropping the ball just yet when it comes down. But Trico, well, he's been spotted. He might need to find himself in a new position now. He works his way over. He's going to be so reliant on the rest of the team to hit these bolty shots.
Definitely need to rely on the backup here. He's going to get his first aid off. No vest. The helmet is next to nothing here for Danamon after already being knocked. GLS will get knocked as well. So going to be a very difficult end game, even though they did have the power in numbers here. A lot of the util has, or excuse me, a lot of the vest and a lot of the just armor has been broken and beaten down so far. So 3 kills for Trick. He's going to try to find the 4th, maybe the 5th here on the Foot. RFG still alarming and looming in the background right there as a nade comes through from GLS, still bleeding out, so that res will have to get left. It looks like it's going to come down to a 2v2v2 after that member does bleed out.
Yeah, he needs to provide the cover. Problem is, it's getting naded. And there it goes down. Final player. They know this one. Cannot be disappointed. Trico lays low. He's waiting for Intense to pop up. T-Bone goes down. So it's a 2 versus 1 versus 1. The numbers are spinning. Trico plays peekaboo on the edge. He's trying to look for that guinea. Gets a giddy. Now sees it. Wants to expose it. Get exposed now. I'm down to a 2v1. And Trico is going to be trying to play this one out. But he's got a P90. He's able to get a few more 7s in his back pocket. Let's see if our formation game is going to fall on their sword as they start to push, though, the guy from Clan.
Switched over to the red dot, gets more 7.62 in the bag. Oof. Now on to the next box, continuing to just better his build and see what else he has in the bag for right now. He's going to work with what he's got, gets a fresh helmet. The vest is still broken, but he's got a little bit more to work with. 4 frag grenades in hand, so if he can at least get the first knock, should be able to flush with one of those frag grenades, should be able to just bombard the squad with those grenades. Has not realized where they're at. Starts to get some comms, starts to get information, sees the head, sees the shots to come through now, and now has a better information. Going to take those frags out, start to launch them, and maybe find an opening knock here.
Right, Molly, great anticipation of where he might be moving to. That's Formation Gaming now trying to hold the angles, hoping for him to peek around with a P90. That's a dangerous one to peek. Trico, he's going more aggressive. He's definitely using more of the zone. Sees another box. Sees another opportunity. 4 nades already. Can he get anything more? Can he get another vest? Well, he picked up a level 3 lid. He'll look back again. Now he sees the guys from Formation Gaming again. It's phase number 8. The numbers drop quickly between the 4 down towards that phase 6. But when it comes down to phase 9, well, we're down sparse, down to the pros. And Formation Gaming, they know they've got the drop when it comes down to the end zone. Trico, well, the only play he's got is his south side and use this ridge, hopefully, against Formation Gaming.
He's going for that big knock also with the Dragunov. All it takes is 1 shot this close at this range, as long as you can find a 2 helm in play. Nade does do some damage. Another one going up. Should be able to find him. That one looked perfect. A little bit overcooked or undercooked in my profession there. As
he's gone really wide.
You never know.
He's gone really wide. This could be a good play. If they don't spot him, they need to keep their head on the swivel. They expect him to come over the ridge in front. I don't know if they've seen him. If they see him now, surely they're going to play peekaboo on him. They haven't both for justice. So that telling me they've lost Trico now. He's going to be on the outside. He's got the camo. He's got the extra 10 HP because of it. The style points as the zone walls now start to move in. He's waiting for them to buckle first and make a push towards the dot. He's timing this, but it's going to be close. Arguably, it might be him that needs to move first. He needs a headshot. Level 3 lid. Tucked himself in. He's going to go easy for the AK spray. Oh, they've seen him. They've seen him. They seen him? No, they haven't.
I don't know they've seen him, but they haven't not seen him yet. So they're not denying yet. They're not questioning. They're also not going to lie with some sense of security here, as it looks like they're starting to get the wiggles. The spidey senses are tingling. The nade's up. It's a little bit undercooked yet again. One more up. That one's just going to go for the flush. They still don't know he's over here.
Go on,
AK's
no!
break comes through. Gets the first. Goes for the second. But the P90 is there for the deny. Formulation Gaming hangs tight with Trick yet again, going for another amazing finish here. Starts the day off. Gets us to the middle of Tago. And boom. Almost has himself another victory. But shut down very close in proximity there. Fenton, nice hold.
Great hold. You're kind of like the inner backing for the underdogs. Like, yes, get the guy with a P90 first. Delete him out of the business. But it doesn't quite happen, unfortunately. He does go for the other player first. Does switch between the two. I kind of like it. He didn't have to cover the tree. If he was a half a step back, maybe that tree would have given him the cover. Maybe denying the P90 for a period of time. I like it. I like the play. I actually like the creativity that CZ. He went all the way underneath the ridge and all the way out towards the blue. So away from the anticipation. And sometimes as a solo, losing the players, well, that actually gives you a massive level up, especially when it comes down to a 2v1 ending.
That was in favor of the AK here. You know, again, you try to take it. The AK recoil is so hard to control sometimes. 50 meters sooner, that AK was taking down both players right there, and that was a quick wrap right there. But at that distance, you need the barrel, you need the ace. No shots on the AK right there, but you just got to respect some of the guns at what they're used for. And I think that was the ace, that was a barrel, that was a dub right there. But Freak takes the AK, does what he does best, makes it happen, hits those first shots, lines up so close for the second, and just the quickness of the P90 is so hard to beat right there. So a well-played ending by both the teams here. And again, yet another, toe-tipping, exciting, what are we going to get? Who's going to take this finish end game here for match number 3? Still 3 more games to go, Mark.
There's still 3 more games. I've got to go rethink my 7-6-2 combination because you've just destroyed it because I'm an AK fan, baby. Let's have a quick break. It's going to be Vikendi time. We'll see you guys in a second. Here we go. It's game number 4. Three more to go. Playing path though this time not too bad. Again, a decent playing path, but it doesn't matter. Not with this region. They are agents of chaos. It's a west up towards the northeast, and look at that. We actually have a contender. Formulation Gaming clawing their way now into second place. CC.
They are definitely fighting very hard today to get themselves into that spot. A lot of good plays, a lot of solo plays coming out from Phaeton too as well. Back-to-back games with huge nades to keep themselves in play, to get themselves up and over the team into the placement, and now finally securing themselves a victory. Definitely a great day for FMG to keep themselves moving forward here. So we'll have to see how they do end the day out. Fut has been very consistent as well, even though they are having a good day. So is Fut. Fut has been inside the top 5. Fut has found themselves big points and has at least stayed up in, I think, over 6 kills each match this time.
Yep, and it's not for Kennedy unless you get a hot drop on the A compound, and AAU versus slow. Well, it's all the same. I'm not allowing him to even get. Oh, a gun goes rolling out, but AAU they're gonna flush that one. He didn't even go for the flush on his knock. So slow. Well, bit slow to get starting here on game number 4.
And for now, Slow Storm has been having themselves a very rough day. Hot drops, and then just unfortunately the fights for them have not gone their way. AAU and SWS all day have just been butting heads, and so far
great shot.
AAU has definitely got the better. As I said, that Grandy's is going to take control back of this fight, putting it all in his defense here. Got 2 more players for AAU to deal with. This is going up, maybe to stick this res, getting it back to 3, getting it back to 4, excuse me, as it looks like the res did come through already. So AAU back to 4 will sacrifice that last player to get the res, and then look back over to the solo 2 players of Grandy's. Tac Black was coming outside, almost had an off angle, but there's going to be Tally to find Grandy's. It's all left to Sniken. Can the 3K Master come through? He cannot. AAU holds tight, takes control of the compound, and SWS won to lose that fight there. DA compound controlled by AAU.
I feel like I need to get a stat for like how mad these games are. Especially in this area, who takes the win every single time, because it does happen, and more importantly, we always see a third party come in as well. So wait and see how that one goes, but for now we've got a zone shift, and it is a little bit further out on the other side. A lot of teams got to rotate their way in. Are we going to see as much aggressive rotating? Not this early, I don't think. I think the Kennedy's becoming more settled. Tego just still feels a bit madness, especially in the early rotate.
Yeah, very much so. There's still just a lot of ridges and a lot more opportunity for Tego. But Kendi, yes, there is ridges to play from, but it's some very dangerous ridges that, again, you almost kind of put yourself into a bowl. So you may not take that chance to actually play the ridge, much like on, or much less like on Tiago or Tiago. There's just a whole lot more open ridge. It's a lot more high ground, low ground when you get to that ridge. And Vikendi is just a lot of valleys, ridges, mountaintops, and just kind of it's a mix for Miramar here with a little bit of snow on there. So a little bit more dangerous to kind of take those, and it's really coming down to compounds, which, you know, if you talk to teams, they'd say that there's a lot of compounds in Vikendi that if you can get that compound or you can get that area around the compound, you're going to be feeling good. And right now, like I said, again, like there's just a lot of undecisive teams who will play here over here, but have not decided whether or not, you know, this works best, you know, for their play style or for their team.
It's definitely to a play style. So there was a play style here, and that is to take the third part in this compound. Arguably, the fight's normally still going on. So kind of normally rolling up here with one or another team. Still with a fight in that compound. Not quite the case now. Will they hold? Well, got Trico on your team. I think you will. You're in zone. Just get an initial knock, and won't be too surprised to see the team maybe make an aggressive push.
Don't do it to him, man. Don't do it to him. AAU is finally having themselves a good game. They took the victory. We don't want to do it to him, okay? We take a few shots, pop him, let him know, hey, I'm paying attention to you. But come on, give AAU the chance here.
When they get in this.
He's smart about it. It's like his spidey sense was tingling. He thought about popping the smoke there. He's like, do we do it? Oh!
Now.
You had it right. You had it right. You popped the smoke originally. You had the gun out. You're like, something's telling me I should probably shoot this trigger.
Why's
You
my
put it
smoke
away,
launcher
you took the
shaking?
chance.
Why is it shaking? It's
What's that?
possessed. My smoke launcher is shaking. It's telling me I need to do something. No, just get in the car. Get in the car. I told you. Now the push comes in. Trico over the road, not too far away. They're not able to get the knock, but they are pushing away. And Glamour, though, driving ahead. The spear of Clannon. And wouldn't be surprised if this fight stays on for a little bit longer. We might even get a fourth party coming their way.
And again, yeah, how long this draws out. Phase 1 ready to shift now. 4:30 on the clock. As that starts to commence, so does the fight here with AAU and Clan. Trick has the back off angle right here as the focus seems to be with the 3 players here up front. If Trick can just get this angle, he's actually now onto the roof here, making it even more difficult for AAU to keep their angles in check. As 2 players have not identified just yet where the players are at. And now phase 1, where it would be about rotating to get yourself a position, is now going to be about surviving the fight here to see even a phase 2.
If any more teams rotate this way, they will put up maybe unwanted. The only other team. Have a quick sneaky look. Trico's heard the movement now, so he knows he's got someone he's building. What he's doing, he's looking to try and whip around to the right here, but he's very conscious of that window up on that second floor as the players. He knows there's people there. Got one holding down. Someone's looking to go and just trying to get as much intel as they can. They have no idea that he's sitting up here, and Trico now knows he's got a player right underneath him. First knock comes in, nade goes out. They can try and get the confirm, but it's not going to be a good one. Get what they need to do. Looks like Clanham maybe repositioning here, actually attacking their boy who's on the roof. Yeah, you know, you've only got a solo, got to get that confirm on Glamour pretty quickly, and then refocus their attention now to the other side of the compound.
Looks like, yeah, Glam's gonna have to be left for dead here. Yep, shotgun pump does come through to confirm. Nade almost takes down GLS. And even though Clan was the one who initiated the fight here, AAU showing why that they hold this compound. This is their spot. They want to solidify that. They want to give Clan, you know, a show for their money, so that way when they try this again here, they have this thought in their mind that, look, we're ready to hold out. We're ready. We just took down a team. We did not take any losses. And here we are now holding it again here. 5 kills on the board. Just continuing to power forward for AAU. Can they get the knock here? In the meantime, we see kill feed kind of going on. We got UM in the case with Waste right there. And they're going to lose too.
This is quite an interesting play, actually, because Trico hasn't moved just yet. I think they went to the other side of the road to try and bait a push onto him, but obviously knowing they've still got another body in the compound, they're still counting AAU and not making the play. I can't see him going wide from this compound, personally, but whatever happens, when Trico engages, it's going to be quite... They've got to be very reactive quite quickly to deal with him. But at the moment, even as just getting as much sound cue as possible, he's causing the opportunity for Clannon maybe still to pull out a win from this location.
I almost thought Jan was going to try to make his way up onto the roof as well, and then kind of that would give Trico the opportunity for the knock. But it looks like so far it's more or less, like I said, yeah, survive, keep your head inside the compound, don't give an easy knock. But the minute that a knock does come back through here, now that Clan is in the compound, there's no potential for a setup. It's just a full send in and start to collect from there. Danamon still from that off angle across the street. Is holding the angle, has the vehicle for them still to get off the fight if they eventually take too long here. Phase 1 will pop, and they may just eventually come off the fight here with, you know, the loss, unfortunately, of Glam.
Yeah, we'll come back in a second.
In other news...
No, we'll go back straight away. We'll wait to destroy UM as quick as one knock happens. I think Clan are wanting them to push down. Like that's what I'm kind of getting the feel, because if they push along the wall, they'll be all right. But in order for them to do that, sort of like GLS, BD, he needs to back away, or at least be seen to be backing away. Allow AAU the temptation to cross it and take down on, because I think they think we've got him isolated there, we've got him controlled, we can do our damage. And actually, I think they put themselves up on that roof as well, so they have. This is going to be really, really key. This could swing the fight back to AAU to close this one out, but they need to figure out how they're going to deal with this player.
But now that Jan is on top here, Trico, we're going to have to be very, very careful about how he peaks and where he peaks at. Waiting to get the head of Jan. I believe he's actually taken interest onto Jan right there. Yep, starts to identify that maybe this is the knock that he's going to have to focus on. Take the Dragon off. All you need is the one tap headshot. This is when it's at its best. Yes,
yeah,
but you won't be able to really follow up the flush right there. But
if he changes, they're going to hear it.
Yeah, he's got to.
That's the problem. He knows he wants to get that second gun, mate. But you're right. If he changes, he's going to be spotted. Now, this is what he wanted. He wanted the backs to be showing. There's one. He goes for two, puts him down. Now they get the advantage back, and Trico's plans unfolding. Let's see if they can clear it up. And Dan instantly moves over as well. Great play. The discipline held out on form.
And man, like I said, Trico given exactly what, so you could see from a perspective, there was 8 different ways, 8 different routes, and there was one way that Trico wanted to play that, and he made sure that it was in his favor. Waited to the perfect opportunity to come alive, finds both those kills, and again, yeah, that patience pays off right there. Spots out Callie, goes for another peek with a 3x, but the discipline from Callie to hold that spray will take down Trick. Dan coming up to try to get GLS 2v2 now between Clan and against all us.
I love it. The chat keeps saying old Trico wins these. Well, they're going to be saying that again by about now in chat. And they've got the opportunity now to get the res 4 times org there. It's going to be a close peek. It's going to be a shot. He gets one. The second one's got to go there. Makes the push forward. Got to isolate this player. Great shots on the other side, but he spins out and gets the second one. AAU, well, they annihilate it down to the final player. That was scrappy at times, but AAU come out with 8 kills, but only 2 bodies.
Jan getting all them A's in for that play right there, man.
Jeez.
Killing it for AAU. Not only the first compound, but the second compound held, and AAU comes out in a great fashion. That's Trico and to the rest of the clan. I love you guys, but I was rooting for AAU there, just for the pure underdog joke, just for the. I had to. I mean, we had to pull AAU out. That was the compound. If that's a home game right there, okay? That was a home game, and that was the away team. The home game held, okay?
No, Trico wins them. Oh, I love the game plan. I love the strategy. I just like how they pick apart some of these game plans. Do you know what, though? Halfway through, that game plan really fell in the arms of Clannon, but it didn't really execute at the end. A nice push. He was very scrappy. But for scrappiness, no. Looks like Train Station. Hey, they find Formation Gaming last game winners. See if they can go from Tego to Vikendi and get back to back. So arguably they might even get the next couple of zones their way as well, as everyone else descends in. 30 teams, 44 left remaining, and I'm starting to fall out with CC, who's back in the wrong team there.
I lost some faith in chat there. Sorry, guys. Like I said, you got to take the home team for the win sometimes, and solely for that, that's the home turf right there. Trick. I hope you know nothing but love to you guys out there, man. Like, so we wanted old Trico to win those, but I just had to look at new Trico, and maybe that's the fire that we need. What is it? I think it's Isaka, or if I'm saying that right, Isaka. Excuse me on the mispronunciation there, but maybe that's the fire we need in order to get him back up to what you guys are looking for, old Trico right there. If that's not enough to fire him up, I don't know what is.
Well, Elf's got a 360 spin. Shots coming on the other side now. T-Bone's trying to give it to the others. Elf Michelle does go down from the Marines. Oh, I've got that key ring. That's on the side of his gun. Oh, it's going to be stolen. It's going to be stolen. It's going to be stolen from T-Bone. Great shots from him. Got that from PNC. Going to take a couple more shots now, like going down some bodies. And there is still a little snake in the grass here. But with behind enemy wires taking a few shots. Snooski Dooski. And back away slightly and save the day. Not the zone, though. Real gangsters. They've got to get themselves moving, but so is the wives.
Sneska Dusky coming out with some very low-key plays. Wooly coming in from the blue. Should be able to pick him up, linking up the team. They are just outside the zone with the zone to shift right there. Train station going to be on the outer edges of phase 4. So the team that does make their way there, which looks to be Formulation Gaming, should be able to hold out for another zone. Eventually crossing the road to get topside of that ridge just outside of STFU. So again, Formulation Gaming looking good in positioning right now if they make the rotation over to Phaeton. But right now it looks like the focus seems to be on the fight with BFG. They found one on rotation. Deckers confirms Tico and Adele will now split. And that just leaves Formulation Gaming with one more adding to the point total. But days looking limited for BFG. They're driving past a few teams and taking a lot of chances. Tico seems to have found his fight right now with 2 players of the Gambling Addicts. Michael from the back, though, from Waste is able to take that one and get credit from Michael. Talk about some shots nowhere near being involved in on that fight. Steals it away from the Gambling Addicts and leaves them with their heads turning like, where is Michael at?
Quick on the trigger. On the wins. Michael pushing away forward. I kind of like this Michael Viperous combo that we're starting to see coming, like, mature over this event. It's looking good. looking aggressive.
Seriously.
I do really like it. Formation Gaming, well, they're now moving out slightly from our train station as they will now reposition themselves. And behind enemy wires, well, they never forget about it. They are going to continue to ensure they get the knocks. Real Gangsters go down to 1. They're not happy about the wives, but I don't think you can do much about it now because you might get the exposure. There's some shots down to a 1. It's actually the zone, so needs to get those mini shots on before goes for the bleed out. It's phase number 3. It's going to tickle. Needs to get 1. Now he's going to take the opportunity because the pressure's been relieved to try and get a kill. And there he does. Gets a point on the board. At least 1 so far. 13 teams, 39 remain. But there's only 1 gangster on the battlegrounds.
Hey, there's phase 3. This is potential for reses in these players. They can still get up if he makes it, but nope, he's going to leave him for dead. You had 40 seconds there. Phase 3 is still potential and still possibility for res. But he wants to get the pressure going on to BEW here. But they're already on the vehicle full send, looking to get themselves in. So unfortunately, no love lost, no love found there for either side. So BEW behind enemy wives inside the zone takes position away, but stops right in the face of AAU, who's going to get a huge opening knock here as I Love Horses unfortunately punished as well. Jan, yet again, coming through for AAU.
What I will say, on the live servers compared to the esports servers, have you noticed how many players are now actually changing into white gear to play on this? I think people underestimate, right? PUBG back in the day, we didn't have all the fancy camos, did we? We didn't have all the Fortnite skins, shall I say. It's kind of going back that way. People are dressing to the environment, dressing to the map. Sometimes that helps you play out. Zone does play down towards the castle now. Marines leave the fortification, but they got the unwanted neighbours coming from that south side as well. BFG under pressure themselves before I can get their Formation Gaming leaving the train station as his ticket's been punched. They now go, and the Marines, well, fortification, it's been dropped, and the unwanted neighbours are starting to cause a bit of havoc.
Yet again by the water. I swear they live true and true to that name every match. I mean, literally, there's not a time where I don't see them go down next to that's not next to the water. I feel like every time we're commentating, there's some form of body of water next to the Mad Marines here. The solo left alive here, hanging on the edge of the bridge as it looks like unwanted starting to collapse. Should confirm the last player, but Fut again with this wide. See, and so I want to comment on this because I know this was last time too, but their power keeps working out. I think in these lobbies that we've currently seen Fut playing in, it works well. But when they go to transfer this into events that are qualifications, like for PNC and for PGC, things like that, that's when this does not work for us. So right now, this is where Fut starts to fall apart. If Fut can regroup, as the full 4, I think this late in the game, I think Fut has a much better potential to see the end games and to see the final, moments of those games. But this is Fut at their fashion. They play this kind of let's hold 2, let's get some information with the rest of them, and it at times costs them a lot because now teams like this, if they were a full 4, stop on the solo player, 1 loses, and then again that collapse goes on to Fade Otto, and then before you know it, Otto's out too, and then it's just down to 2 players for Fut, and so learning plays for Fut. They've been looking good, they've been looking great, but again, transferring some things into the bigger realities of things, I think that's going to be kind of one of those hard moves to make there. But there's Jan, yet again, finding 8C here for AAU, who's having themselves a fantastic round. Should be able to confirm that. Grabs this a little bit of a shack for some coverage, and for now, grabs 1 more onto 8C there.
Yeah, I can't argue with you. That are playing edge a lot more than what we would see. Obviously, they will play more aggressive edge in the bigger games and the bigger lobbies. They're obviously getting an element of freedom a bit more so in this lobby. But don't forget, this is not the full Fut team, but it is an edge style team which we're seeing unfold. So I think there's a bit of transition that they're getting used to. I like the aggressive Fut personally. I think they've got to take a bit of time now to bed in, and more importantly, find that 4th and final player just to meet the roster. But Tense does look good with them.
Like I said, they are looking really, really great. Like I said, honestly, as individual players, they are so stacked. Each player brings their own element. As again, look at there's T time and time again. We've seen him respond. We've seen him come in clutch to get the team into the next play. And right now, here it is. He's looking for another opportunity. Got a 1v2, but this is what I'm talking about, where they fail in the future rounds. This 1v4 against a different squad. Say this was the Sonics right now, isn't going to work out in that fashion. Isn't gonna turn the tables that they'd expect him. But he's going to try to find Jan right here. T looking to find through the smoke. Does another spray onto Cali. Now the lethal's coming out. Util is in, looking to find the knock
Knock.
in the smoke. Bounces just shy. Should find the knock, does. Cali falls, and now it's just left to Jan inside the shack.
It is down to Jan now. T-Bone. Oh, got the control. And love listening to him when he does the chats about, hey, like, we're having fun. We're going to take control. We're cool, calm, and collective. I think for even themselves say they need to be more aggressive. They haven't been aggressive and tightened up, as you mentioned. And they've got a knock, but they are holding zone. So at least T-Bone has an opportunity to back away. But he's only got 17 shots remaining over 2 guns. And I don't know how aggressive you can get. He really needs a knock. I kind of like want to wish him like give up on this one. You've got the knock. Use the opportunity maybe to get away from this one. Maybe count the clock down a little bit more. There, I'll confirm. Now get in the car, get shifting.
Ooh.
The rest of your boys are in, but it's phase 5. This is going to hurt, and the jammer pack's going to get drained really quick.
Speaking of drainage here, he's going to have to eventually drain the life from Jan right there, who I believe has a vehicle to rotate in as well. So probably right behind T's Bastion area. He should start to pull in. Shots are coming through. Looking to find the knocks. He's patient in the response. Yep, now inside the vehicle. Will start to full send. Maybe get himself in, but it's Fut inside the zone. Just outside SU for making their first appearance inside the top 8 tonight. Formulation Gaming has rotated center of that zone. Though they're taking losses, do have themselves a potential finish again here inside the top 5.
It is a top 5 potential. Esports though, store 3. As they will now try and hold the zone. Zone does pop back a little bit. Have to wait and see what they want to do now. Rest of the teams though, they want to start working their way in. I'll try and get a few more bits of information. We'll have to wait and see.
Now, to just backpedal in. Like I said, I want to take a second while we do have a lapse here. Like I said, Fut is one of my, I think, favorite teams from the region. I've watched these guys, time and time again. So I said, I feel like I'm always talking about these guys, but that's because when I'm watching the events, like I said, this is a team that I'm always focused on because when they are at their best, it's just super entertaining, right? I mean, they're just a team that I think commands your attention when Fut runs at the best right here. So it's looking to get that, and with intents coming in, like I said, it looks really, really good that maybe with this addition, we start to see that shift into the big game comps here. But speaking of shift here, we've got a shift in play right now. We've got a big nade potentially to take down players, and I don't know how that player wasn't knocked there, but does confirm the Farino, but does not get the knock on the secondary player. So STFU down to the solo, who's stuck in the middle of that field right there, trying to find something for nothing here. Actually, Xerox up as well, but pinned down in between these teams here. It looks like STFU starting to get their days numbered.
Yeah, a couple more nades in the shield. I don't know how much he can move. I think he wanted to place that a little bit further back. Intense playing peekaboo as the gambling guys are moving their way into a position. But both of these teams now outside the zone. Foot Esports got the high ground. They can provide the pressure. GA, the gamblers, they're throwing all their chips out hot and spicy. But they're not falling. As the angle on the rock doesn't really help him out. Rest of the team's going to have a quick look at this one. We have Rez now coming in from the other side. They've gone for a 2-2 split. Formation Gaming now hunkered down in the middle of the zone. Unwanted going to have to try and hold out, but they've got Slava coming in and Foot Esports.
Volley's up. It's over. Looking to get SU into the smoke right there, and there's only one way through if they don't bust the fence down. So actually, Hyper with a nice response on the Deviant there with the ace is going to come through. Nade following up, actually looking for maybe a bit of a confirm on somebody pushing for the res, but nobody there to connect. On fire, one player is, and that's going to be Hyper to fall right there to the Molotov. One player is still up as Otto is going to spot it out. Nade up in hand, hasn't spotted him crawling in the back zone right there, so may get an opportunity. That second nade falls just short as well, so won't get the knock quite yet. Damage is done as the third nade comes through. This one should be it up over the top. Actually, maybe not. Still up, still surviving.
Sees him though. Yeah, I was going to say, you can see him crawling in.
There he is.
It does get it. Slava takes 7th place. We are starting to lose some bodies now. Intense stay a little bit further up on the high ground as they will now continue to bully down as GA make the push though on Hot and Spicy. They're able, and the Hot and Spicy goes down. They're able to at least control that. GA difficult to move. Formation Game in a great spot, and Rez on the other side, they're taking unwanted. But before I get there, that's it, done and dusted. And we go top 4, and surprise, surprise, Formation Gaming and Foot Esports find themselves back in a top 4 spot.
Ooh, Rauphus Esports, these guys, when they come to Vikendi, really understand this map. If I remember correctly, they had a great round when I casted for these guys on Vikendi as well. And here they are inside the top 4. They have not necessarily zone control, but an understanding where teams are at. But so does Intense. Intense with 2 perfectly timed grenades, finds 1, finds 2, and looking to find the 3rd. In comes Otto, caught by the stun. He's gonna get caught off guard. Intense looking to come for the flush, gets the 3-piece and takes down RES. Looking good, but looking better, and that is a 10-kill push forward now for FUT to get into the territory of top 3.
Once these guys can get out of here, right? Formation Gaming, they're going to try and claw anything they can. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2. Formation Gaming launched the U2 as a 2, lose the numbers against them. The Rock has been proven difficult for multiple teams here. They can't get round. There's an initial knock, comes from the org. Now repeat, goes back towards the safety in the cover. As our Formation Gaming now going to have to draw their attention back towards FUT Esports, who have the high ground, who have the capabilities of closing this game out.
But great information. Not only are they looking onto FMG, they were pressuring fights onto the Gambling Addicts here, spotting out the last member of FMG. Should be able to take care and just needs 1 shot to connect, needs it to land. Will not. GA somehow taking the opportunity to get both reses on as they've crawled to the smoke right here. I don't know if that's going to pay off for them, but at least having more firepower in their arsenal here could open the door for FUT. But FUT looking so good in positioning here, and GA still has to move into the next phase shift here. So
Look at the ammo.
yes, they've gotten the reses here, but how much is it going to pay for them?
Look at the ammo. Oh my god, he's got 17 shots over 2. He should have something from the chamber from the org, or Intent's going to end that one as quick as they can. T-Bone, 17 hopes, 17 dreams. You're not the kill and the damage leader though if you're not running out of ammo. GA get 1 back. It puts it down to a 3 versus 2. It's Intense. It's going to be T-Bone. He's down to 17 now as he sprays what he can. 16, 15, 14. Half a clip though goes on the ace. You said the ace hits hard. The ace hit firms, and there it goes. It's a winner chicken dinner. Headshot. 15 kills, 25 points, and FUT Esports 762 remains in his back pocket.
Headshot.
Yeah, good old Halo times. Jeez,
You know what I'm saying? Coming in.
Good game, aggressive game, really aggressive game. Anyway, as the boys do put themselves a winner chicken dinner on the board. Gotta love Vikendi, right? Gotta love Vikendi. Quick, aggressive, fast. But I think a lot more teams, they're starting to dress to impress now when it comes down to Vikendi. Do you think the white gear makes a big difference? I personally do. I think you might be able to get away with sneaking yourself in the grass a little bit longer than if you're like me wearing some pink outfit somewhere or some bright reflective gear in a completely snow-filled environment.
It goes for a nice base fill, that's for sure. Like I said, it looks good. I mean, because you're used to seeing kind of the tan play for Miramar, used to seeing kind of some of the OG Erangel wear for Erangel. But yeah, but now to give a Kendi with their own fits, their own kind of, again, attire, it really is going to make things over. So love to see that these teams are starting to take some of the aggression, taking the 5 costume changes that you do get. And out of all the merch that PUBG has sold us, I mean, who really wants to just wear 1 outfit for every 5 map? You know what I'm saying? Like, so these people have put some drip into their costumes here, and you love to drip, you love to drop, and you love to win. And that's what you're getting here today over PUBG over the next few matches here. So Vikendi ended on a high note. T-Bone having more kills than the entire lobby there. Stacked game from FUT.
Yeah, the drip, the drop. Not the 7.62, 11 bullets from main as he clinkers his way now into the lobby. As you mentioned, we've got 2 more games remain. We are going over to the wonderful Miramar, the Sandy Shores. Let's see if FUT Esports can put another couple of chicken dinners under their belt. I know there's a few more teams that want to stop him. But for now, round 5 is coming up.
I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long.
test me.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
Yo,
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
yo. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Yo,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
yo.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me.
Don't test me.
They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. They wouldn't let me. Man's gal wanna come undress me. Swing with a right, but I might go lefty. I make plus with it, so don't test me. Nah.
So don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
You don't impress me, so don't test me, nah.
So don't test me. Nah. Don't test me.
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Don't test me.
Yo,
Don't test. Don't test. Don't test.
Don't test me.
Test.
Don't test me.
Welcome to the market. Seize the opportunity.
Market is the game changer.
All right, everybody, and just like that, we're back for match number 5 here over the top of Div 1 for the GG League. Again, invited over here by the amazing MarkPowercasts himself, as we've had 4 games commence. The 5th game here to conclude for you guys now before we get into the final match of Miramar to end the night here. It has been an intense day to start off the day, and there has been some crazy wins, some crazy victories, and some crazy plays by Treek there in the end, just shy of the victory here. This time around, we're switching gears over to the sandy dunes of Miramar. Let's see what we got in store. Zone path, not looking too bad, coming from south to the north. A lot of the eastern path, but this is going to leave a lot of the Pozo, Cobreria, Alcantara, and then that Oasis drop out of the play here.
Well, also 199 points, and Fruity Sports haven't got one problem. They are leading the charge now, and they do extend their lead again. As Formulation Gaming, SDFU, and Unwanted have been chasing them down. Welcome Clannon to that 100-point mix as well. But it is going to be an interesting. Planes done. We're about 80 seconds away before we see the opportunists of a potential Fun Islands. I actually had a Patana ended. Oh my god, we might get it again. We actually had a zone like this, and it went down towards that southwest. It was an interesting ending, mate. I know that's an area you wanted to see.
Oh yeah,
an ending there. It was interesting. I will tell you that. Maybe not this time.
You know, it doesn't look like it's got a huge potential, but it does have a potential to go down there with one huge southern shift. We have that potential play there. And like I said, after the addition of both bridges, it's just been better off that we get that kind of play going off for these teams.
There's a bit of play. And zone shift. And Miramar arguably is normally a, I don't want to say a slower game, a passive round. There are teams and players, and a lot of people out in chat actually do prefer Miramar as a map now. So it's a good mix. I do prefer the northeast corner. I think it has a lot more to offer when it comes down to offering us different parts of Miramar, from high, low ground, open terrain, sand dunes, and everything in between. There's a lot more high ground in the south, and then obviously we've got that southern approach from Resort up towards Los Leones, where it's just a big uphill battle. Once we get to Los Leones, though, you get all the barns, the buildings, the warehouses that you can hunker in, and actually provides a really good spot. But for me, I think UM in a really, really good spot here. They should have a lot of teams pushing their way. They just need to maybe tighten themselves up and ensure teams don't take compounds like this away from them, because these compounds might find themselves in a late game if the zone lands right.
All right, sorry, mate. I had to go make sure nobody was creeping outside my windows. Dog would not stop barking. Apologies, everybody. Back though with the mix here. This is a squad, like I said, that we've seen. I keep talking about that. They just need to kind of find some early game momentum here. Seem to lose that pretty early on. Rotations have been tough for these guys. This time around, they're getting a good spot inside the zone, it looks like, Mark, as well as SU, who finally seen that top 8. And was into the placement. Again, this is the team we talked about start of the day, getting kills or getting placement. It's one or the other. And again, if they're going to get both here, last match was a good testament to what they can do here if they can just keep themselves alive towards that end game here. So, full 4, they're pulling up. They have identified a compound that they potentially can take. From the back should be able to support as well. The 2v4 fight commences UM and SU.
As I said, this is a strong compound. Key compound. Oh, he's going outside. Just sees him in time. But they will now know that he's backed away. Panzer comes around the corner, baby. Oh, in the face as High PP lays him down and lays him to waste with the ace.
Unlucky, unfortunate, and just 1 second too shy of the reaction. The fence was not providing enough coverage. That explosion too big. Oh, perfect opportunity pops up. AK spray comes through, and this is the range that it's perfect at. You see how quick that knock was, and that's just, again, I can't knock the AK, Mark. I know it is a fantastic weapon, but man, like I said, there's a prime position for everything, and that right there, that is the distance you want that AK for, where it is unstoppable, and it's just so powerful at that range. And coming in huge, nade barely avoided there as underneath the second story. They was just at the base of the stairs. Another great spray, this time from Spectro, as he's going to find that one. Nade up and prepped, ready to confirm here. It makes its way into the window, just not in time to confirm. Symphonize almost catches that one. And does put some bullets, through the window, trying to delay the push here. But BFG sees what's going on, and they're starting to scout around.
It's really good. Let's go out if the player doesn't come down. BFG know full aware what's going on. If he pushes this way, he is going to be ready. Doesn't quite get the nade where he needs to go. He hasn't been identified, not just yet. BFG looks like they're moving up away further afield. They do get the res back on, and Slava unable to piece together. And there's surprise at the window. I don't think he was going to be surprised to see that player sitting so close to him.
Surprise, surprise, through the window. 1-2 down. And there it is, the off angle finally taken away there. The solo player Spectral stops out. Can he take it? He can. He's got all 4 down and around. SU will be just shy of getting a few more points here. I don't know if BFG takes notice and wants to get into Batiko, the last of the squad, to drive by. I let the res come through, so this is a nice pickup here for some Slaver Ukraini as they will reset. 2 players up, 4 kills on the board.
There's 4 kills on the board. BFG haven't gone for it. Almost again. That's a long distance shot as well. That came from this location. Insane play from them. This is the outside. Well, I said we might get a slow Miramar. There's a get the man in the van and off you go. And well, the behind enemy wives, they know how to evac. And they never leave a wife behind. The man gonna just retract their way back into compound, use the car as a bit of cover, and then take a tumble.
Oh man.
Oh, and then runs over him as well. Jeez, that is so unfortunate. He got out too early.
Unlucky. Wait for the timing's gotta be everything, okay, guys? Timing, even on the vehicle pull-ups, okay?
Oh my days.
Jeez. And you caught it live.
That was insane. How unlucky have you got to be?
You get saved. You picked up. You get some new cool PUBG features, and unfortunately, they don't pay off for you.
And they don't even chase him down. They were clean to get all 4 back up as well. Clean to get all 4. Well, the gangsters, they're coming clean on the this sort of east approach now, as the east, give or take, is clear, and they'll be going up and down the sand dunes at the moment. STFU are a little bit further in. They will wrap themselves in towards more of a southeast corner. No one decides to take part though now at the moment. GG's coming in, SWS coming in as well, as we do have res and waste still remaining to work their way in towards that. A couple of early kills. We lost the team. We lost, unfortunately, a claim to fame as they fall out the car.
Fortunately, the Dun Quixote will go out with some fashionable style points to start us off here early on. 8 minutes in, phase 1 ready to commence here shortly. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds till we get that next pop. AAU, after a great game, seems to have themselves a good position here. 2-2 split, lots of information going for the squad here. And Formulation Gaming, another squad who's been consistent in their last few matches here. Again, great positioning here early on, waiting for that phase to shift. And a lot of teams, after that early little bit of chaos here, should start to kind of comfort themselves here in the zone. They're understanding that the zone is going to have to pull back somewhat towards that resort. A lot of the teams know that it's not going to go hard east, hard west, and even if it does, it's eventually going to pull itself back towards somewhere where the central teams are kind of making their way in. Big compound held here from Clan, as well as, again, we see a lot of end games end in this general region, the hill off to the side, as well as that compound across the street. So big play from these guys here, and I think holding the better of the two, being on the warehouse side of the road.
Nice rotation from the Marines, using the train to their advantage. No water this time, so maybe that'll work out for them. Maybe it's the water, as you rightfully so pointed out, is the problem they had. Well, behind enemy lines, they lose another one now as unwanted, and well, have to work their way back towards loss. Just coming out the sandstorm, should be able to see opportunity to roll down. The cars really haven't been the favoured choice of util rotation for them, and now needs to get rolling. The smoke will go out. Lucky enough though, the tree will provide the cover, and more importantly, STFU, well, they got their hands full. The gangsters pushing them.
Gangsters up over the top. Wooly finds the first knock. Nuskadusky spots out the second. Does hang tight to get that secondary knock here. So now 2 left up for STFU. Nade in hand, prep, ready to get that confirm onto MyBree. I think it may be a little bit shy, so it actually does not get the confirmation just yet. Hot and spicy. Off angle, catches one. He's going to find Wooly first. Blanky on the pull-up, going for the secondary.
Nade.
Will not quite line up the shots there, but seems good so far. Olsen with the nade, tossing it down. Hot and spicy coming up to put some support. But again, nade's just not connecting where players are lining him in a rotation here. So he's going to bend as he sees him up for that. But no, doesn't see him going for the res just yet. Does hop off the res. So RG ready to respond. Had he seen the res, could have collected and connected on that one, but is not going to get anything. Is hot and spicy yet again. Another nade. Nobody there to connect here. STFU starting to fall apart. Blanky with one. Olsen with the second. And down and out just like that. RG, the real gangsters, come through, holding support against STFU.
Yeah, good hold for them. Well-disciplined zone shifts away. Don't get that by Donor. But we do get the opportunity for it to retract back. And hey, guys have to get shifting. Everyone shift to the east. Everyone now shifts to the west. It's like a crazy 80 dance tune. Now unwanted. And it's on the outsides here. They've already lost one. AAU and can be strong contenders. They've got to hold where they can. Clam find foot above them. Contenders at the moment, a team that you might want to get out a little bit early and try and stop the points that they're gathering, especially in the mid to late game. Coming out of most of these, even without a chicken dinner, with a high number of kills underneath their belt.
Insane, man. Like I said, you have to match the placement with the kills. Some games it's about placement, some games it's about kills. SU has done that to a certain degree, and there's other teams out there. But again, when you have to get that, you're playing at a competitive level. This, I think, FUT made their way over 100 kills after that last match.
Yeah.
And like I said, that's absolutely insane to just get over 100 kills in any tournament here, collectively as a team, and consistently as a team here. So I mean, continuing to do said things. Yep, kill points, 132 kill points. Maybe even before the last match, they were over 100 kills. And that's just absolutely insane. The closest to them is 85. And again, the placement points still very consistent there, as you can see on the side. 74 points across the way for Wace. Total points for AAU. And again, they've had a consistent day today, but this is FUT every day, every week that they show up, continuing to put those points up.
There is a good number of consistency here. Wait and see. Let's see, teams now need to go. I wanted obviously having a little peekaboo over the top. Obviously, Waste big retraction round to the west. Gangsters need to now work their way through. Looks like BFG might try and hold off Madarines. They would have a bit of an argument. They go back, but Pat Zerwell is in. But you might see teams push up this sort of east into that position. Footy Sports got so much freedom of movement. They're so split. It kind of reminds me of these early games of how Navi are playing at the moment, like so wide, getting so much intel, then using the intel in the mid to late game to close it out. So I like it. What I don't like is a P19 in phase 2. I'm not gonna lie. Too early.
This time in the hands of the Mad Marines here, but it is early on a rotation. You can see a slur of SLRs and Dragonovs there in the distance for the Mad Marines. Is again 7.62s being the preferred choice here in today's comp. I see a lot of 7.62 ammo just being utilized here. AKs, Aces, Dragonovs, SLRs, M4 kind of dropped off. The Scar I even see more than the M4 right now. So we're just kind of in a different era for PUBG. And speaking of different eras, zone's going to shift, and it's going to take off that entire northern part of the zone all the way down there to the south. Keeps majority of the teams in play. So again, understanding the circle and reading this one right here, majority of those teams have responded, but we do have quite a few teams like Formulation Gaming who's had themselves great rotations, still in a great day to have to make themselves into the next zone here. So let's see where FMG lies as we check in with RES, who's also on themselves a rotation.
When did the UK win? No, they won PNC 22. Sorry, not 23. God, it feels like yesterday UK won PNC. PSG taking some shots at AAU taking shots across and back the other way. So Gangsters, as they go head to head, toe to toe. As Rez, well, underneath a huge amount of util damage, that should clear it up. It does. AAU, well, they destroy him out with util alone. They're going to get a revamp themselves. Compound's not in zone. More teams need to work their way in. Most have got a good spot, but again, it's so vast. Like that, well, foot because they're spread so much, they're stopping a lot of teams take area. It's phase 3 with 13 teams, and as I said, when we start going to those phase 4, phase 5s, we drop these numbers really quick. This is going to be exactly the same, I feel.
Hands down, like I said, it looks like it's just going to be a dwindle in numbers here coming to the phase 4, phase 5 shift, much to the region's culture here, as it just seems to be the rule to take here. Repeak is going to find an entry knock onto SWS here. should open their way. Waste gets a free way in. They just kind of walk in from the west side here, taking control there of that mountainside. Nice rotation coming from them. It looks like FMG is going to identify that as well. Should take that same rotation in, kind of backfilling around. They've rotated around SWS and it's made their way clean through. So now it's just a matter of, does Waste identify this rotation and catch that there's going to be a team behind them? Because Waste and got free in, was able to walk this one right in. And if they're not keeping their heads behind them, this is now going to be FMG kind of sneaking in on their territory and then getting themselves a good little position here.
And we've just been knocked as well. I think Formation Gaming know exactly who's in front. But they will make their way up the hill. Take the high ground. Michael is leading the charge. He now overlooked and double checks back. What the hell is going on the adjacent side?
SWS about to take some losses here as well as get some knocks. Trading out kills there. This is going to open again. Michael just unfortunately not paying attention in the right direction. Waste will start to lose some players. Gambling Addicts as well eliminated in 13th. Teams just left and right losing players. Spectral from the distance is going to get involved as well. Steals one away for SWS, as it looks like they will steal one away from FUT as well. So that is an added third-party damage coming in from all angles here. Waste with the perfect pull-up, with a nice free entry into the zone. Unfortunately, just now focused on by several teams. Down to Shoei here after a good early rotation. May cost them 3 players, if not the entire game.
Difficult zone, because you'd expect these teams now in the north to lose this high ground as it will retract down to the south, and they're going to fight for little to no area, little to no terrain before getting in. Wouldn't be surprised maybe Waste gets that car, gets off as quick as they can. The Marines here taking the high ground. For esports yet again, just finding zone game after game, week after week. And HPFL, well, finds a freebie as unwanted. Find an unwanted compound.
My favorite kill to get, my least favorite way to die.
Yeah. God, this compound is clear.
In a
Oh,
nutshell.
it's not clear. It's down.
Oh, hey guys, we're good to go. Everybody, all right, pull up. Wait, oh, I lied. All right, I'll see you guys. Time to do some IGL from the grave. Showy for the Waste.
I think that's the right play, trying to get off there early, but just unfortunately getting caught. So very unlucky. Well, there's another player which is going to be very unlucky in just 2 seconds. There's name in post ecstasy, and there we go. The wives are down and in yellow gear. So again, more tactical gear being used. I have to know if it makes a difference. I wonder if I can do like a test stream where I can get players to run by wearing camo gear and see if you clock them, type of thing. Surely it does.
Can you see me? You got to take those still pictures and you got to say, do you see the PUBG player?
Yes, let's do that. Oh, players, submit them. Send them through. We'll get them online. No photoshopping yourself out.
Nope. I think I've seen one with a ghillie suit on Paramo back when Paramo was doing it, and it was it was pretty well hooded.
It is very well hooded. I love this. Got a good chance to win this game. Unfortunately, by the time you hear me saying that, nope, they're already gone. No spoilers. 50-minute delay. AAU, well, they're going to make the push. BFG now pushing in, but SU, on the other hand, well, they have an opportunity now. They are going to maybe take some kills. As Spectro says, thank you. There's one, there's two. They need the points. The Slava are trapped back. They should be able to get this res back on, and they shouldn't get away without not having a smoke.
Res coming through. I see chat saying this is Trico's game. They've been quiet last match. They had some opportunity. Let's see if that's going to be the truth here. But for now, the focus is on Tommy Bob here for Unwanted. They've had themselves an A-OK day here. A couple of top positions from them. And looking to notify them in. But BFG collapsing onto this solo shack here. Not going to end too well here for Tommy Bob. I don't see no utils coming in just yet, but a bunch of barrels. And then the distance, you can see an A-dub as well as a Mini 14 just looking in onto positioning here. Making Tommy Bob's job that much harder. But the smoke providing coverage, at least allowing the fight to take and draw out that much more time. If they could get it drawn out even longer, you may see that team there to the north end up coming in the backfield of BFG, providing some support, but how much longer? We do see at least some coming in from SU, but so Tommy Bob, you've got a 4 full ahead of you, as well as that third party coming in from SU.
Oh, I thought he was going to pull the trigger then. I was waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Can't make the push though. AWM, P90. We've got a few guns in the in-games here. Wait and see though. Tommy Bob, I think, is down and out though. The unwanted. I struggle really to move in from here. No cover. I suppose the only thing is to pop a smoke and go the other way. BFG though, they are not dropping the ball. They are very much focused on this solo because the solo can hit really hard for some teams and courts. Catastrophic endings. We've already seen it a few times over, but here comes the blue zone. That's always a problem when it comes down to the endings. Goes out the backside. The smoke is there and away with a bike, but the headshot doesn't come in. It's the barrel spray that comes through, and that'll be the end of unwanted. 9th place for them. 8 teams now remain with 26 players left on the battleground.
Placement coming through. 4 teams. SU will lose 1 towards the top there. Spectro gonna forfeit him and continue to move forward. SWS it has 3 players left alive, 2 kills on the board, having themselves a little bit of a switch up here to their day. So finally starting to see some momentum coming out from SWS after AAU's kind of been in their face majority of the day here, getting a chance to be away. They're sniking 3K as well as Mekis, able to capitalize on 2 kills there for SU. So the Slava Ukraine is going to go down right there. Now SWS taking a position from the zone will have BFG just in the distance here, but has at least controlled and can claim themselves a position now for this zone.
Let's get rid of some of these logos. Make it a little bit clear. We've got 7 teams. Phase number 5. That's the most we've had at this point. And we're looking to sort of work their way in. BFG, well, they need a win. They need an opportunity. They need an opening. But they've got themselves a good position. Hold the outside. Don't let the teams now move their way. And the Gangsters now moving in as well. They'll look to take the east side as well. I think they will just sort of stop here, wait, see what the zone does. As they do leave an anchor player behind. I don't know if they've been spotted. Otto does get a knock. It's a very, very difficult area to hold.
Going to be a very difficult rotation, to say the least, here for these teams to move out. Blanky's got his work cut out for him. Otto is going to full send forward here, getting their positioning inside. But let me highlight the Mad Marines. They've held control here above this topside mountain. Nobody's been able to walk in on the backside of them. So even though they've been focused here majority on the fields here, they've controlled. They've kept themselves from getting pulled up. BFG seems now to take the fight with SWS here. And with no water in play, the Mad Marines looking pretty good on positioning here. Otto is trying to scout through the smoke to get this kill onto Snuskadusky, but he's hidden himself well, so will at least avoid the flush. Will still bleed out, though, so the credit, no doubt, still going to go 2 foot right there. So there it is, Snuskadusky down and out. Real Gangsters left with just Blanky off in the distance there as Mad Marines are starting to control center of the zone. 2 teams to the north and a few teams peppered in down to the south. A lot of solo players going to kind of make this a little bit more difficult for these teams in the center of that zone.
This is dangerous now. It should come down, and this is where you're going to see teams highlight as quick as they can in this area. And now comes the mortar fire. The closest one that's literally tracking forward. I don't think they've got any more left to give. And they are going to fall short of the last 2. It's actually Blanky that's engaging. Quick kill confirm onto Otto as they were distracted and there's mortars coming in. But he's going to have to not be distracted as the zone will now force him out of his cubbyhole.
Coming out, smokes are in play. The attempt to make anything happen out of nothing here. Any couple of seconds of survival at this rate could mean 1 or 2 more points, depending on the teams that are full sending it in. So he's going to live on some borrowed time for right now as much as he can. As Formulation Gaming stepping in to try to take this. They're not aware of the P90 waiting. The jump comes through. That unfortunately is spotted out right there, and that's a quick confirmed flush come out there from the Patzer. As Phaeton will lose his life superiority with a nade, looking to confirm or get a trade out here. Will unfortunately not find the home. Nade in hand right there. That one should not find the knock as well, as the Patzer comes through with the P90. 2 kills in the bag, taking down FMG. He doesn't get to see themselves another top 4 over to SWS in the fight with BFG here, trading out shot for shot, knock for knock. It's now 3K versus Tico, but Tico out on top with the victory there. Secures it for BFG. They lose Adele. The rest for R2N comes in, and now it's HPFL on the turnaround against Foot.
Of it, turn around 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2. Foot in the final section again, but down numbers. Let's see what I can do when their backs up against the blue zone. Intense, Ainsley, well, big powerhouses though, so they start to move forward. Intense though, and Ainsley now cook the nades into the smoke, not too far away. Should be good though. Underneath, and he catches it in between. He gets nutmegged by the nade. There goes down one. Two now remain from BFG. They've got a decision to make. Can they get the res now? Not with the blue zones coming in as Foot Esports though make two feel like 22.
Comes the push, the shots to follow. Intense finds HPFL first. R2N is confirmed. That's from Patzer, though. He's going to take that one away from Foot. Foot 8, he's going to spot out Cyrex. Gets to knock the Mad Marines, trying to recover, trying to hold these angles, and trying to respond to Foot. There's the blue zone. That's going to confirm Intense. If not, make this res that much more difficult as the pressure starting to come through. Intense will take some damage. And now AT looking to hold the push, coming in from the backside. But Tico taking a lot of third-party shots from Patzer. Patzer helps out Foot, may allow them the chance for the res here. As there it is, AT sticks the res. Mad Marines with 4, but Clan, quiet, calm, collected towards the bottom of the map here. 1 kill only, but they have 4 members still up, so could potentially be their game as well. Gonna be a hard one to call here. For now, 3 teams remain.
Yeah, 3 teams remain. One of them, I think they've got the better positioning when it comes down to the zone. They have to push it underneath. I'm going to be waiting for the parachutes down. There's limited amount of time and limited amount of opportunity now for these players up at the north to jump down. So Clan in a good driving position to close it out. For esports though, Intense doesn't need. You don't need it, mate. You just put it down. You don't need it, mate. Come on. 8 kills and an AWM already retracting his way back down. For esports know they need to get off this high ground as quick as they can now.
They're rotating down and around the mountain best that they can here. MM is still sitting tight on that ridgeline. Clan just below. And it looks like the power in position coming out from MM has been doing themselves great. They're able to recover through the reses here. They're able to stop encroaching teams from taking position away and taking angles away. And they've really just played this fight to their advantage here. So 4 kills on the board here. The best that we've seen from Mad Marines today, at least here. And again, open it up with the ace. No helmet right there. Gonna have to be very, very careful how he peeks out. 1 headshot could spell disaster for Wajas as AC is so close. He's focused on Intense, but the nade almost finds Intense. The second one comes through just shy. Will not get knocked. AC takes down Wajas. It's now a 2v3 towards the top side of the hill. Patzer find Intense. AT looking for the trade. Gets it. AT with the 2v1 in play here. He's got 17 bullets. Needs to go for the reload and then reset against MM.
Reset. Did play Peekaboo and saw one, but he goes all the way. Dibido shots though. Inkty's going to go down. Foot will take third, and they're going to try and get the reses. Clannon driving forward. They know now they could potentially get the winner chicken dinner as BD victory dance already. Don't do it too yet, because if you get it wrong, it's not looking good on stream.
Got the little celebratory dance right there. Is it going to be worth something? Do we see it count for the victory here? They will have to come down. There are parachutes in play here. But again, this is a very dangerous rotation. The center of that zone is going to literally come down to the bottom here. But Clan understands this. And Mad Marines, I think it's a little bit too late for them to do anything with that fight from Foot taking that much longer here. This is going to be an interesting end game, to say the least.
You got to think about it. They're going to try and come down on the blue zone either side, right? Sneak their way down. Trico's already positioned himself now to try and watch it, as he's going to be the one that gives the intel. Oh, one of the Mad Marines already jumped. He's actually already jumped out. I went down. Panzer somehow survived. I think he jumped without using his parachute. Actually, no, I see the parachute. He has used his parachute. Damn, though, ready there. It's so hard now to come off. Maybe the victory dance was about the right time. 3 remain. And they're going to get their dot. They're nowhere going to get a dot. It's going to land out in that road. And if they do anything to try and stop it, you think, well, they're throwing the nades. I kind of feel like they need to under armor and just barrage below them, because they know they're going to have these snakes underneath this section.
If they get the knock here on the trick, they can take the play down over here to Cyrex. The matter comes down to getting that knock and getting the play on the trick. I want to say that was a blue zone, I thought that was going there, but maybe just a smoke. Delaying and denying angles so Trick can't shoot up. Cyrex should be able to find down. I don't know how open that pathway is. If you can just find the perfect little crevice to sit in and until the perfect opportunity to pop. As soon as Trick's pushed out of that zone, which will happen before the Mad Marines have to move, then that's going to be their opportunity to move. So it's going to come down the trick moving from the tractor, them regrouping with Cyrex, and then eventually following up down towards the bottom. There's phase 9, 10 seconds, and it looks like we now have that final countdown ready to commence.
Yep, Mad Marines, I think, going to have to move roughly about the same time. They need to smoke the bottom of this as they can, and then try and get that knock. You're right, Trico's the problem now for them. As he's the one stopping them really focusing straight down. They focus straight down here. They are in trouble. Well, here come the nades coming up. Said the victory dance already commenced for this. But it's a 4 versus 3. They're looking to try and move now. He does make the play. Cyrex is there. And unfortunately doesn't quite get what he needs. He jumps down. He's going to get spotted. He does get spotted. And we go down to the final 2. Can they get anything else out of this one? Can they get an opportunity to get another point on the board? It's 6th place. They've got 6 kills. Maybe they've got another one. They have got another one, but they're down to the final player. Get the confirm before you jump down. Maybe, but no, not going to do it. Cannon's going to clear it. It's winner chicken dinner. They're going to take it. The Mad Marines go out. The winner dance. Well, that paid off in the end.
Seemed not too early for Clan. Once they realized the zone popped, it was favoring that bottom part of the zone. I think it would have came down to 2 players going to Cyrex's position, coming down and kind of jumping down at the same position, throwing the smoke down. By the time you guys made that play down, you would have had a better chance to reset and respond to them. But as of right now, I think Mad Marines did everything they could. They played that zone to the best of their advantage. They were able to make it all the way into the late game, but it was Clan who didn't just play for next position, didn't just play for next zone, who played for the final zone, get themselves that chicken dinner. So Mad Marines, well played, but it is Clan ultimately with that victory. Again, just over off sheer, I think, just taking a chance, taking a guesstimate of if we're down here in the bottom, eventually one of these teams is going to have to come to us, and it pays off for them.
I think you're right. I think they identified where they wanted to play. And unlike the games we've seen before, where Clan can be quite an aggressive team, and they've been denied the chicken dinner a few times already, especially in Division 1 so far. This time it felt different. They weren't looking for the kills. It was just hold the compound. Let's just stay tight. Let's wait for the game to unfold. We know it's going to come back to us over a period of time. It did. The cliff and the divide in the road, 9 times out of 10, it always comes south because the unplayable terrain. And they just waited, sit, wait, don't anyone to crash us, let the chaos happen, let's take the win, even to the point, let's run to the base of the mountain, have a little cheeky dance, get a winner chicken dinner. Well, let's take a quick break. It's the last one, unfortunately. It's going to be another Miramar. It's quite explosive action. Game number 6 is coming up. I'll see you guys in a second.
And back for the final map of the day, match number 6 in Myanmar. One more time to end us the day here after an exciting round of PUBG here. We are now almost 24 games into GG here. It's 18. I don't know, Mark, where are we at? 18, 16, 24?
Mate. It's a lot of action. It's in a short period of time. It discombobulates my brain, mate.
Yeah, we got PUBG games in action here. This is match number 6. Everybody joined with MarkPowercasts on the invite. Thanks for having me as well. GG. Shout out to you guys and all the players for doing this. It has been a stacked competition today. FUT is just running away with the competition today. 212 total points, 140 total kill points, which is the closest team. So you have FMG, who's right below them with 140 total points. They've just beat them with sole kill points alone here. If that doesn't show you the dominance of FUT with this roster going on right now, and again, they're figuring things out, but they are still looking great. That is some performance done by PUBG right there. So FUT continue to rein that total in. STFU joining the talk in there for the total, and Clan as well with a nice performance, getting themselves into that top 4. Unwanted has themselves a great day so far. Has been doing things, but if it's consistency we're talking about here, those top 5 teams have it. Everybody else is having their moments here, there, and another, but it's these top 5 teams who, whether it's one match we're not talking about, the next match we're right back onto it.
Is right back into action. Well, still already seeing a little bit kicking off in the town. Zone obviously pops across towards that west-hand side, and there's a bit of unplayable terrain. Waiting a good spot to find themselves in Monty. Potential go north, but good kind of tease towards Monty, especially with the unplayable at the moment. So a little bit of action from a rotation point of view. SD teams now need to figure out how and where they work their way in. There's a lot of space in the south, and FUT Esports already moving in.
Early rotation, early bird gets the worm here for FUT. See how it works out for him here at 8C. Just casually going to rotate in. Big compound here. I don't see too many end games actually end here, but we used to see a lot of fights on that ridge just offside of the compound here, where a lot of teams would hold, would scout, and would put themselves, yeah, exactly. This ridge right here, just a beautiful ridge to hold. Lots of wonderful dips to come on. And if you're a team that's played there before, like I said, that's definitely somewhere to hold. For right now, going to be a good position in the center of that zone as FUT takes control. It looks like behind enemy wives, looking to do a similar rotation here. They're going to find themselves some early out compounds, as well as they're going to come out of El Pozo and maybe just grab a few compounds here just shy of Pozo, because we do see Pozo finishes quite often, but more or less it is going to pull off to the fields just shy there as well. So again, PUBG 7 years in, man, these players and the way that they understand the zone is just so much more comfortable than I think past years. Even with the switches, even with the kind of different zone changes, we see a lot of teams make some early rotations that pay off pretty well towards the late game.
Well, there's a little bit of an early rotation between party, but I don't know if he's heard the vehicles, and sometimes where they like to turn in here. I think party's thinking about it. He has Z keys, gets the sees the car, he gets going, but no, he doesn't quite get it. Duffy's there first, and Duffy's hit the stay.
Man, he's looking to get some revenge here. He's had a little bit of a mishap last match, so he's happy to turn the tables this time around. It's not him this time with the vehicle mishap, so 1 on the board, first out. We'll reverse the tables there. So Don Quixote putting 1 on the board there for the squad. Over to Los Leones, back with our unwanted boys, who again, consistency from these guys has been pretty nice. Has been something to watch today, to say the least here. But it's trying to get them to overtake these top teams. Yes, FUT is running away, but the top 3 teams below them have been swapping, have been kind of playing musical chairs here on the leaderboard, and just really, really keeping things interesting as far as that run goes.
Do plan as we get later on in the tournament just to update the leaderboard slightly, so you can start to see who's in the relegation zone, who's confirmed the spot, etc. It does really play into factors. Yes, you might be leading the charge, and I think that's an element where Formulation Gaming obviously have been really top spot. There's a bit of pride here for them that they need to really claw their way back up, which they are getting there as quick as they can. But later on, before we get into the grand finals week, we are going to start seeing teams ensure there's like this cut-off line that they don't want to be in. Don't let us be there. We don't want to fight for relegation because the teams in Division 2, well, there'll be one that'll get an instant slot into this one, and then there'll be a section of them that'll be looking to get promoted as well as a section of their lobby which will be looking to get, unfortunately, fighting out for relegation. So wicked season, multiple divisions. You haven't already, if you're in the region, hit them up in chat. They get a Discord link out to you. I've definitely got it in the ticker on the break as well, so if you want to go hit them up, you can get over there. A lot of stuff on the websites, and as I said before, I Love Horsewell, he does a lot for the community as well. So I think he's got his own fantasy league for this as well. So if you want to get involved, let us know. I'll make sure you got the right links. There's Formation Gaming, we spoke about them. You go get one blue zone, now going to go for the double. It's all about stacking these. If you can't get the one out, get a two and follow up with more util. And I normally would chuck the nade first, cause damage, then followed up with the blue zone. Hasn't quite worked out. Good shots though, but good reaction from Formation Gaming. Instant move back and instant into a position where they get themselves a quick kill. BFG, well, they're trying to get another kill and it didn't work out.
I love that positioning from FMG right there. They're able to not only take back, secure the res, secure the compound, but they also put an off angle off to take the pressure and relieve it to stick that res and secure their position there. So FMG, just again, great job, looking really, really good in their form today. And it's just found the rhythm. I think continue to ride that out here through Myanmar. It's just great to see here. Speaking of riding it out, a couple of teams now rotating through the middle of the map here. UM taking a position over Clan right here. And again, Clan coming off the victory here, a very precisionally timed to win. And, you know, again, it wasn't aggressive. It wasn't overpowered, like Mark said. It was literally all down to, we actually want to get the chicken dinner this time. So we'll see if they stick to their guns this time and go full aggressive, or if they're just looking again for that chicken dinner. As you can kind of see them tucked away in the compound for now. It just kind of seems that they've found this different side for momentum. Like, yes, if we can just be in the end game full 4 up, Clan's going to be a whole different force to reckon with.
Yep, GG, right. Good position for them, but they are rolling the opportunities to go. It needs to come to the east. If it doesn't, it does retract to the west. We've seen it hold on to unplayable. They're well into a phase number 3 recently as well, so don't write it off just yet. We're going to see. We're about 2 minutes 30 away from that before we see what happens. That's the team's going to sort of sneak their way in. STFU coming on the east though, and we are seeing Slaven leave Lost Eons, not completely as they have lost one behind, but Purdy wants some revenge. So he's now pushing his way closer towards the unwanted.
It's funny to see STK split up, Purdy Curdy on one squad and then Wooly on another for STK. So, you know, getting a little bit of fights upon one another here. Unwanted may have an opportunity to get this and maybe capitalize on this. You can see they've actually surrounded the compound here. So they baited Purdy. They baited that res, and the other 2 players around are going to capitalize upon those. And as we give Purdy some love, just like that, he's going to have to leave to the lobby there. So STK for NA, you know, again, just giving a little bit of love. But let's give Unwanted. You were talking about relegation. You were talking about, you know, the way these guys, that was a team, Mark, I believe that you told me coming into this, that was promoted from Div into Div 1. So this is their entry. This is their, hey, this is, you know, their first chance to show what they have and to be in the top 5 and not just enter, you know, the competition and get a chance to see. They are taking it, running it with for the money, and they're hitting with some of the heavier hitters here in Div number 1. So shout out to Unwanted, not only getting promoted, but also sticking that up and continuing to do their thing here in Division 1.
This team here as well, STFU, they last season they were like kind of mid-table, all strong players there, and they've come back here. They obviously, when you casted day number 1 because I was away, I looked at the leaderboard and watched back your phone. I was like, wow, these guys, they've shown up this season. So I'm excited to see how they go. They've fallen a little bit on the leaderboard after the first initial day, but there is promise there. They are looking good, and pretty much all of them are major lasers. And then on the flip side of things, Slava, normally up there, but not been able to get started at the moment, and I think rotation's been their biggest killer.
And yeah, honestly, that's basically what it's come down to. It's just the rotations. And again, you can see a lot of these teams. Sometimes the difference is the teams that are in the lobby, who you're going to run into, who you're going to drive past. And we've seen that time and time again with AAU and SWS. Again, when those teams don't run into each other, it's a whole different game, a whole different play style. As we're seeing like this, it's they are opposing sides right now. So SWS is in El Pozo. They've been left alone, as well as AAU, who just, you know, again, is sitting off there in the power grid by themselves. So when those 2 teams don't hot drop each other or don't run into each other's rotation paths, as likely for quite a few teams, they really do see a whole different game here. And as the zone shifts, we get a nice little donut towards the center. Majority of the teams still inside the zone. It's down to the south. I want to say that's STFU one of the only two teams that's actually outside of zone still.
Yeah, you're right. Only team not in zone. Slava, they didn't like each other's opportunity to rotate in, so they came in different ways, but it all worked out. They were two get in. Formation Gaming now moving over. Phase compound taken by Waste. They're not going to move just yet. Slava are going to initiate some shots back towards Formation Gaming. No connection for them as they will roll on past our phase compound, as we call here, that Waste is sort of hunkered up on. Esports though are in that position, but also have the high zone as well. I believe that latency up there looking down. T-Bone going to find himself with a few numbers, and Vipresto does put one down, but Footy Sports do not know the neighbors. They don't know the call, so the kill feed read is not going to be working out for them.
Unfortunately, just not able to read it right. Nade coming in, will miss Fut right here. Watch out for them Fut nades. They've been on point today, so maybe not what you want to go against here, but here's Otto off in the distance here, spots out FMG, providing the up top coverage and giving them the anchor plays here. So T realizing how to respond. He's actually probably going to get told to put the nade away. They're not close enough in distance. As I say that, nope, they're launching. They're sending, and the nades are perfect. I said watch out for Fut's util use, and there they are capitalizing. Find one, find two. The vehicle seems to be destroyed. Waste getting in on the fire as well. But this should still be information from Otto at the top. Coming in, down onto Fut. Solo player Tekker's left up for FMG, and they've had such a great day.
Ooh.
You hate to see him go down like this. BEW, Sandraheim comes in to rip FMG from the lobby, who needed this game to finish off on a high note. That opens the door for Unwanted, and that opens the door for the rest of our top 4 teams to come through and end the day in a different position here. So bam, 15 teams, 55 players as we lose FMG.
Where's Unwanted going to go? Surely into El Pozo. It's kind of the safest bet, isn't it, at the moment? Just hunk and hide in the buildings. They're looking towards the factories, and do worry, as we have a team here. The question is, are they looking up? Well, not at the moment, so they might find themselves with a few neighbours, as they are fully sending it down. It's not towards this location just yet. 5 stack is there. They do find themselves on the top. The other goes down as the real gangsters will hold up, and unfortunately Tommy doesn't quite make the roof this time.
Come on, Bob. Come on. What do we got here? Coming out for Unwanted. We need some stack plays from Tommy or Bob. I don't know who's showing up. We got Tommy or Bob today, but we need a performance coming out from Unwanted here. Starting off the day on a high note. Let's see if they can end that way here. Sandstorm looking to come in and make things a little bit more difficult for everybody to see. May see some rotations through the Sandstorm here, but hello, goodbye.
Someone trying to keep ahead of it. No, can't see it. Oh, I'm gone. So we've seen some great plays in this region. And let's get the car back up. And actually, kind of arrives at the right time. Can't be seen. STFU Hot and Spicy. He's trying to make it hot and spicy. He's running through the Sandstorm. Maybe trying to find the player out on the other side. Doesn't quite get there. We will leave the Sandstorm ourselves. And the player is already gone. And zone shift again. Oh, it goes Monty. Oh my days. Everyone committing towards that El Pozo is going to be loving this zone now, as they've got to start retracting their way back south.
Normally it's phase 4 to phase 5. This time it's going to be phase 3 to phase 4. Then we're probably going to lose majority of these teams. Everybody's going to have to make the early rotation this time, which usually you'd say a first full send, the first team in. Sometimes it's the first team out. But I think this time you're going to have to probably be the first team to beat the punch for some of the teams coming out of El Pozo. So probably the first to leave is the only to survive, as there's not a whole lot of retail. It looks like just outside of behind enemy wives, there is an open compound. But again, harder and harder to scout as you get further and further into the late game here. So teams will have to take a gamble. And speaking of gambling, here comes the Addicts, living true to their name, back sending down the hill. They don't even full drive. They just kind of reverse down, and they take the chance to get down that hill. GA in the rotation right behind Fut, who's sitting on top of that hillside still.
Phase 3, Otto could survive out there for a bit. Doesn't need to move just yet. Depends if he's got the jam pack on. Long as he stops the team backfilling the compound. We are seeing to see the sea of colour now moving over the map stream. So he's got the intel. Even if he's not popping shots at this point, he's able to provide so much intel for the rest of the team. And sometimes, well, most of the time, we know intel wins winner chicken dinners.
He certainly does. Certainly does. I'm not talking about the player intel. Talk about intel. Okay, no. yeah, but no, intel definitely comes through for majority of these players. The early scout, the early rotations, and grabbing whatever you can does pay off. Vipers looks like traded out Michael for Shoei this round here, so we'll see what the duo of these two can do with Michael on the comms in the background here. But center zone, one of the no, I don't know if this is the same in PC, but I remember when console, this is everybody's favorite compound to hold is where Waste is at. That was like one of the strongest compounds for Miramar, one of the hardest to push, especially if you can get that 2-2 split. Kind of where Fut's at currently. If T was off there and Waste was able to do this as a 2-2 split, powerful. That is an end game victory as long as you hold that out till the final few phases. Right now, it's back to El Pozo. These teams still trying to find their way out and find themselves at least a position anywhere inside that next zone.
Well, Tommy decides to go for a 360 before trying to get send in. That's part and parcel of the momentum, but he lost it all and then skids on the bumper.
Front flip, front flip. Nope.
Nope, he's out. He's going to get his way down. Slow going to rotate behind, trying to catch these rotations because they are going to be quite aggressive. Tommy, do a kickflip. He's going to flatten him. No, it's definitely.
Nothing.
Oh, what is going on? Who threw the money? Grandis was like, "Nah, mate, we are done. Tag me. I am out, mate. Give me the flames. Give me the flames." Yeah, that's a play.
Was that a mistake for maybe a smoke instead? I don't know if that was an intentional play right there. Either way, SWS feeling the burn inside the blue. Ooh. Oh, TJ, come on.
Goes back outside Monty. Goes back the other way. Is the phase? Yeah, way. So I call it the phase compound. It's, well, that's what I call it. Some people obviously got different names for it. As long as they're not rude, let us know in chat. Got a very difficult movement out. Regangsters have got a nice position now because they can take the outside ridge. They've got the high ground. They're going to be able to look down to the field, but they can't drop the ball. We've got to watch things like teams like Footy Sport playing in, potentially teams coming out of Monty trying to take that corner section of this high ground as well. So Snooski going to hold back here. Nade is cooked, and the player is looking to sneak out. What if they roll downhill? Nope, doesn't be the case. He's out.
He's got to run his way down and around the mountainside here. In the backfield, we lose another team. 13 teams remain. The solo TJ still inside the field. Just kind of solo ratting for SWS for right now. So we have fewer and fewer players here, down to 40. Starting to get aggressive. Phase 4 going to be a huge loss for a lot of teams as UM's in a world of hurt in between a few teams. Unwanted will get eliminated in 13th. That's a huge loss for them. FMG should be happy about that as UM should be falling behind enemy wives, capitalizing on this fight, starting to get in and maybe take control of these 2 kills as RES moves in the field of the real gangsters. The remaining 2 of UM are forfeiting and maybe it's going to collapse onto the compound here. So RG needs to respond, needs to take care of the 2 players pushing and then focus back onto RES here. So here comes real gangsters regrouping the full 4 now in control of their compound.
Weren't ready for the solos or the duo, sorry, from UM. Nade's coming, good connection, but Nade's coming back, are better. UM now striking fear into real gangsters as they control into the back. Gets one with the undershot. Snooski Dooski, a little cheeky play underneath the car. What a shot from him. He's going to try and close this. There's 1, 2. Thank you very much. Do not push me anymore.
Get Wooly up. Get the res. He's got the res too. Sticks to Wooly here. Able to make it in time. Blanky's still bleeding out, but has a lot of time left for that res to be in play here. Wooly back on his feet. It seems that real gangsters have started to reset, but RES wants nothing to do with allowing them to reset. The pressure is full send. The blind fire through the smoke will not connect. Does give away position, but the nade is perfectly timed. It's our Aerki who's able to find that one. Gets Nuskadusky, Blanky, and Wooly in a nice 3-piece there for the team. 10 teams now remain. Another top team eliminated here, giving it just more and more room for our bottom teams here inside the middle of the leaderboard to start to move their way up. SU down in 9th, and that's STFU taking control of that. 9 teams in a zone shift ready to commence here in the next few seconds.
Very, very difficult now at the moment as these teams now starting to work their way in. STFU, well, just in the corner. It's difficult, very difficult. The phase compound where Waste sit is very, very good. Arguably looking crashable, should we say. The hills in the top, well, Footy Sports, they continue to spread out. I want to call it the Navi style play, where we see them, especially early game, phase 1 to 3, nearly all the time. Now 4, 5, They normally tighten themselves back up, but for esports, game 6, leading the charge. They're looking to not give up any opportunity to gather more intel. They arguably could go out now, and it makes no difference, really.
See what happens here. Still 10 minutes on that time clock till we can see the final few moments of the match here. We are 5 phases in with the 6th to commence here. And again, yeah, that powerful, what do you want to call the Navi spread there from foot, like I said, seems to work in maps like this when they know the control, when they know there's nobody on their backside. We've seen it time and time again throughout the night. Ooh, perfectly placed motors, but unfortunately, yep, that house doing exactly what it should do, providing coverage above. And will deny the knocks here. So behind enemy wives, waiting for the push from Rafis Esports here as first place in it is Aarki.
Then shifts away. Compound store in the heart and soul. 1 minute 33 as it is working its way in. I think Reza made a second call at this, like we need to back away from this as they wrap their way around. Like Ainty's position is kind of holding back now, waiting, praying that this team sort of fall into this bowl here before they go down. Obviously now under pressure. He has played in. Ainty now not seeing the players, has moved it back towards the position. They start tying up. They can't play here because the compound's going to deal the damage. They can't get rid of him. One. And that P90, as much as it was going to hit hard, if you can't pull the trigger, it's pretty useless in the end.
Is able to get one. The timing looked pretty good there from the Molotov to the time shots from Stance, but BEW looks better. Their time, the team performance is great. And it looks like they're going to secure it. 2 double blue zones in. Look to put the pressure onto the team there. Don Quixote Dauphin is going to get confirmed there. A lot of damage done to AV, but AV is still going to stay up as AC looking to get it in 10s. Will call to kind of hold off the angle there as AC pulls back. A knock is into play from the backfield, so they will have to force one player off to get that res if Butt wants to get back to the full 4. But nope, Faye is going to go down. Auto confirm. T can't respond in time to deny the flush as the solo SWS member does do the damage. Nade just shy. Will not find the knock here, so TJ having a 2v1 as Fut turns the attention to respond. Take this fight. In comes T, the vehicle for the 3 players. Will group up and Intens takes care of business there through the drive-by there. A down and out SWS in 8th, able to find 1 placement point out of that, down to 7 teams.
Oh, just get back into a little bit of cover. Here in the car go. Behind enemy wives know they've got to leave the buildings now, as haven't got any more opportunities like that. The zone shifts away from both these teams. For esports, you're right, unable to get the res, but they did identify. Some people were like, well, why did they bother pushing? Why didn't they just deal with the compound? I think even the solo is more dangerous in that position than anyone else. On T-Bone, headshot. Oh, he gets the body shot as he goes up. Can he get the final? No, he doesn't. Behind enemy wives, keep a body up. Now get rolled in. For esports, now got to make a decision where they go from here.
Looking like they are going to have to play off the compound. It's going to be a hard rotation down. I'm not sure if they have a vehicle, but they're going to have to play on to Oasis compound here as we watch behind enemy wives open the door for their entry here. Taking care of the Mad Marines. 2 down, 2 still up. And one of the players actually a little bit further off, but still identified here by I Love Horses. 1 more bullet to land. Could spell it. And there it is. Hot and spicy from STFU. Confirmed. BEF is going to, our BEW, excuse me, pulls up onto the Souls left alive here for MM. 30 HP, 11 HP now left in the works here for him to try to do something. Nate comes out, spotted out, gets the line knocked right there, catches him by surprise. Not able to get the flush, but does finally get it. BEW somehow eliminated from the side of solo. I Love Horses left alive. 8 kills, so a great game for them so far, but it looks like still rotation was beat in.
Yeah, it looks like our push on the other side. 30 spots, 2% cars on its roof though. 1v1 me. He's going to say no. He should be able to get Intense back up at least anyway. BFG, they're down numbers as well. Nade was ready to be cooked and prized. STFU looking to try and close this one as well. Waste is happy. There's no crash on the compound here. STFU look at the smoke and launch the nades. We should be able to get it. 6 teams now remain. I Love Horses store remains as well. It's got to get moving as the zone's coming in. It's not going to be helpful. There's 10 kills for them. And then the Mad Marine and himself runs for the compound. There's a 2-way strong. Initial shots come through, but no connection already for the Marines.
With a pull up here for Hales here, he's just waiting for some response to come through in that reality and all the chaos of that. Foot rotates all the way around the map, takes the eastern side of the zone, sets themselves up for a future victory here. Let's see if it can happen. But right now, it's the solo Mad Marine heals versus the 1v3, or excuse me, 1v2 of Showy. Showy comes out on top. Viper is still alive. And Waste able to maintain this composure in the compound from the start. STF new out in a fight. AT off on the off angle. Hot and Spicy will fall there as the two members of FUT continue to pressure forward here on STFU.
This could be horrible. Ainty needs to get down. It's going to take long. No, it doesn't take long, though. Viperess, though, she packs a punch with that venomous bite. She's going to put another one down. Waste have been holding here for so long at the moment. Now we go down to 2 teams remain. Well, Viperess and Showy versus STFU. They've got 8 kills, though, but they've got the numbers as well. Can they push the compound because they're losing the zone? They're the team that got the numbers, but they're the team that need to make this happen now. CC is going to be a difficult push. It's been a war zone on the south. They've got to go to greener pastures on the north end of this road.
Get in, watching the waste movement, the wayside, I'm going to call it here. So we got the wayside going off on this street, and then we've got STFU holding on their side. You know, you've got a 2v4 position going to waste. STFU has the power in numbers here, but man, like you said, that Viper's venomous bite, I like that. We're gonna have to see if it is gonna come through, if it's gonna be able to provide enough of the poison to get STFU down here. Right now, it's down to timing the shots, and it all comes down to maybe a little bit of bait. Have Showy kind of bite, trade some angles out, and see if you can find that opening knock. But right now, pressure is on. Waste, can they do it?
It's difficult. They've got the hard cover. I suppose the question is, will 2 become 4 because they've got the fortification? I'm not a fan, you know me, when I like playing on PUBG, I prefer playing the outside because there's a limitation of where you can pop out, and the moment they sort of identify where Viper's is, they're going to lock in those guns. So let's see what they can do. But for now, it is a 2-on-4, and Waste do have the advantage being in the hard cover.
A little bit of a slow start. It's phase 7. We still can get a whole potential another phase pop before the zone does finish. Knowing that the way PUBG will work, it's going to be about a 50-50 between that road right there. So we'll probably give each player and each team, you know, that much more of the advantage here. So I think we'll see until phase 8, until we actually see the fight start to commence. Teams, you know, very, very tactical in their timing here towards the end zone. The vehicle still in play and actually looking to maybe secure another vehicle. Nope, looking for some boxes and some loot.
Vest.
Looking for a fresh vest. Yep.
Nope.
But
Really
not,
costly.
unfortunately. Yep, in the bag.
Oh, they got some more util.
A little bit of headbutt.
Nah, I think it's they're sharing util. They're gonna deny. Oh, he's DC'd.
Ah, there it is.
Viper. That's why he's trying to stop him.
I was wondering. Yeah, he was like right in front of him. Almost looked like yeah, exactly that. Like he was
headshot.
There it is.
Already got over. They know they're on the other side now. Good movement. They've got to play. They know exactly where it is. Xerox is there. Let's stay with the player. Showy's going to try and hold out. Goes for the off angle now, but can't do it. Car comes over, wrapping around the adjacent side in the building. Don't forget, though, STFU. They've got the util. Let's see if they get the final kill. It's clean. It's executed. Ooh. STFU, established in 2001 in the game.
STFU says, shut the front door. We got this. We're coming out with the final victory to make a statement here for the day here. I think they're sitting pretty high on that top side of the leaderboard. Remember, we had Formulation Gaming go out early, Unwanted go out early. That was a huge victory for STFU. Capitalize right there at the end of the day to make that top side of the leaderboard that much more tight and that much more calculated. Again, hats off to you guys to playing that game to your advantage. HC, the rest of FUT still went off with a high kill game, but they didn't let that set them off their path. They continued to play their game, and STFU out on top with the victory.
Definitely out on top of the victory at the end. I think they needed that. They needed a bit of confidence boost. I said early on in this game, it felt like me, they came out in this Division 1 first day, aggressive, good, but week 2, week 3, not looking as strong. They are holding on after that impressive start, and I think that victory there might just be enough just to kind of reignite their flame. First and foremost, obviously, CC, please give you massive thanks. We haven't already given this man his amazing cast. He's based in the NA, does a lot of EU, does OC stuff as well. And obviously, more importantly, does his home turf, which is NA. Doesn't like the AK, so we might have to second guess if he's coming back after this one. Only joking, mate. Give this man much love. He's a huge, massive, I can't even say up-and-coming caster because he does so much for the community as well. So if you don't know him already, get yourself on his channel, follow his Instagrams, etc. What have we got going on? Well, we've
Cheers,
got
mate.
this again next week, back on Wednesday. We'll be back in the action, though, for Division number 1. Don't forget the other divisions will play from Monday all the way through until Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can catch the action, though. Best thing is to make sure somewhere down here, it's going to appear just about now here. Follow the action. See, it's going on that little ticker thing. Like, going this way. Get on that website. Get following the guys. All of the stuff's on there. A lot more information about the divisions, how it works. As I said, later as we get closer towards the finals, I will obviously have it so we can start seeing who's definitely got not promotion spot, but got the first place. But especially in Division 1, it's that lower section that we're going to look for of who might be relegated and how we'll be fighting for that relegation spot to ensure who comes in. And we get to see first time Division 2 players and teams come in. Rest of the week, though, I might even try and squeeze in a little cheeky little cast. Nushka, she owes me a cast as well, so I might try and sneak in and do some coverage. I want to try and cover as much as I can for you guys because we've got obviously PGS about to kick off PGS 3. Again, thank you for the message. I've got so many messages. Why you doing LAN? You going LAN? I'm not going LAN, guys and girls. I'm not been invited. We leave that for the pros, all right? I hopefully will be back later in the year for other events, and there is other things happening. And I said to everyone on the cast yesterday of Bing Esports doing huge things at the moment. There was a crowdfunding event for them. Get involved. They're live now. They're doing like a £40,000 like G-Coin giveaways and stuff as well. So they're doing so much for the community. So again, if you're not already, get my social medias and follow. I will try and share all of that information. Last bit from me really is thank you everyone that's on the Discord. Thank you for the feedback on the Discord bot. I've already started making the changes that you guys have asked for. It's a database where you can go find about the players, who plays for who, logos if you need the logos, etc. All going to be there. I plan to do some more videos for Tactical Reload talks, and obviously I plan the next stage in the command center to move it into a kind of finalized, polished version. So again, thank you for everyone that has given feedback on that. Obviously we had unwanted streamers today, so you could have caught their POV, you could have caught the map stream, and more importantly, you could have continued to watch this mainstream all in one location. So I've got loads of work to do there. Any final things, statements from yourself, CC? And don't bring up the AK again, please, mate.
We're just going to talk about the barrel then, about how much it's superior to some of the other 7.62 weapons, out there. No, but no, honestly, man, thanks again for having me. As always, it's always great company. Basta being here with you. The community has been great. Again, I just love to hop in when I can. This is just something that I generally have a huge passion for. So just to get in to see how these players are updating, to see where teams are rotating, Beamy, where we're going to end up, but how are we going to respond? Great tournament. I'm looking to see where things are going to be. So in a few weeks when that stuff starts, hopefully we have an answer.
Well, it won't be long before, but there is a bit of time because they're not going to LAN, are they? So they've got a bit of time to figure out. What I do like about Fit and T-Bone, a super chill guy anyway. But he's like, why should I hide it? Why should I put on all accounts? You'll catch them on the scrims. You'll see them playing with other people. So when I am live, and if Foot Esports are in there, if you want to see who's trying out for him, just come and join the stream on a scrim. Best place for them to test some people out. For now, that's it from us. I'll mostly see you guys later on in the week. If not, same time, same place next week on the same channel for some more GGO action. I'll see all you guys later. Peace.
Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell